ವಾಸವೇದೇಶು ಅಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಕೂಡೆ ಜಗಳ ಬೇದೇಸು ಒಡನೆ ಹಂಗಿಸುವವನ ಪಾಲುಗರಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕುಡಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿದುಕೊಂಡಿರುವುದೇ ದೇಸು ಕಡುಕುಹಕನೊಡನೆ ಸಂಗವ ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹರಿದಾಸರು ಹೊಂದುವುದೇ ದೇಸು ಅಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಕೂಡೆ ಅಧಿಕ ಸ್ನೇಹಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಕೂಡೆ ಜಗಳವೇ ದೇಸು ಮಸೆದು ಮತ್ಸರಿ ಪಾಸದಿಯೊಡನೆ ಸಂಸಾರಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹಸನಿಲ್ಲದ ಹಾಳು ಗುಳಿಯೇ ದೇಸು ಮಸೆದು ಮತ್ಸರಿ ಪಾಸದಿಯೊಡನೆ ಸಂಸಾರಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹಸನಿಲ್ಲದ ಹಾಳು ಗುಡಿಯೇ ದೇಸು ಎಸೆದು ಭಜಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಎಸೆದು ಭಜಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ವಶವಹಗೆ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯು ವಶಬಹುದು ಕೇಳಿ ಎಸೆದು ಭಜಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ವಶವಹಗೆ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯು ವಶಬಹುದು ಕೇಳಿ ಅಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಕೂಡೆ ಅಧಿಕ ಸ್ನೇಹಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಸುಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಕೂಡೆ ಜಗಳವೇ ದೇಸು ಸುಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಕೂಡೆ ಜಗಳವೇ ದೇಸು ಸುಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳ ಕೂಡೆ ಜಗಳವೇ ದೇಸು.
Thank you, Ms. Aisiri, for that moving and thought-provoking rendition. It is my privilege to now invite Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar V. Hiremat, Assistant Professor, IQAC Coordinator, KLE Law College, Bengaluru, to welcome today's gathering.
Good morning, one and all. Respected dignitaries, on the days and off the days. I consider it is my distinct honor and a privilege to extend warm welcome to all the dignitaries, guests, and participants gathered here at the International Conference on Ethico-Legal Dimensions of Advanced Technologies, a pathway to responsible innovation. Today, we are particularly honored to have in our midst Honorable Mr. Justice T.G. Shivashankari Gowda, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, Bengaluru. Your Lordship, on behalf of KLE Law Academy, KLE Law College, Bengaluru, KLE Technological University, Hubballi, and Galter, extend warm welcome to your Lordship. May I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ashok Sekhar sir, to present a sapling and a memento and extend warm welcome to Honorable Mr. Justice T.G. Shivashankari Gowda. Thank you, sir. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Venkatesh Murthy, K. Senior Director, Data Security Council of India. Welcome, sir. May I request Dr. Vishnu Prasad, Associate Professor of KLE Law College, Bengaluru, to present a sapling and a memento and extend a warm welcome to Mr. Venkatesh Murthy. Thank you, sir. A warm welcome is extended to Professor Dr. Andrew Koh, an esteemed educator and the Senior Lecturer of Computer Science at Singapore Management University, Singapore. Welcome, you, sir. May I request Ms. Ankita Kapoor, Assistant Professor, KLE Law College, to present a sapling and a memento and extend a warm welcome to Professor Andrew.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. We have another esteemed guest of honor today, joining from Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, Mr. Govind Menji, Cybersecurity and Technology Manager at KLE. Welcome, you, sir. May I request Dr. Sharda Patil, former Principal, GK Law College, Hubballi, to present a memento and a sapling and extend a warm welcome to Mr. Govind Menji. Thank you, madam. We are honored to have Dr. M.K. Bandari, the founder of Galter, the co-host of the conference. I extend warm welcome to you, sir. May I request Dr. S.R. Patil, Principal, S.A. Manual Law College, gathered to present a sapling and memento to Professor Mr. Dr. M.K. Bandari. I extend warm welcome to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ashok S. Setter. Welcome you, sir. May I request Dr. Danish Chowri, Principal, GK Law College, Hubballi, to present a sapling and extend welcome to our Vice Chancellor. I also extend a warm welcome to our Principal, Dean, Faculty of Law, KLE Technological University, and Principal of KLE Law College. Welcome you, sir. May I request Dr. Karan Solapure, Principal, KLE Society Law College, Chikodi, to present a sapling to our Principal, Dr. J. Mallikarjunan. Thank you, sir. I extend warm welcome to all the resource persons who are going to deliberate next 2 days who are present here in this gathering. I extend warm welcome to all the principals of sister concerns of KLE Society's Law College and resource persons, participants from different colleges and delegates, and also I extend a warm welcome to press and media. As we embark on this intellectual journey in these 2 days, I'm confident that the exchange of ideas and knowledge will contribute significantly to our understanding of ethico-legal dimensions of advanced technologies. Once again, welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Udayasimha NG, Assistant Professor, KLE Law College, Bengaluru, to introduce our esteemed guests.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, participants, invitees, and dear students. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce today's guests. Honorable Mr. Justice T.G. Shivshankaregowda, Judge, High Court of Karnataka. Born on 1st February 1963 in Narsipura Taluk, Mysore district, his lordship enrolled as an advocate on 31st August 1988 and was appointed as a civil judge in the year 1995. His lordship was promoted as a senior civil judge in the year 2003, and in the year 2009, he took charge as a fast-track court judge. Justice Shivshankaregowda was promoted as a district judge Puttur in the year 2013. One of the notable contributions of Justice Shivshankaregowda is that he has worked as a coordinator in the implementation of e-courts project of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Before being elevated as a judge in the High Court, he has served as the Registrar General of the High Court of Karnataka. His lordship was sworn in as Additional Judge, High Court of Karnataka on 16th August 2022. Mr. Venkatesh Murthy, Senior Director, Data Security Council of India. Mr. Venkatesh Murthy holds a bachelor degree in telecommunication engineering from Vishweshwaraya Technological University. He has over 18 years of experience in cybercrime investigation and digital forensics. Mr. Murthy was a part of IDLP program on linking digital policy to cybercrime law enforcement by the US Department of State. He is currently managing a program for capacity building of law enforcement officials and initiative of DSCI. Dr. Andrew Ko, educator and senior lecturer of computer science, Singapore Management University, Singapore. Dr. Andrew is an active advocate as an industry contributor in finance, governance, fintech, and blockchain sectors. Dr. Ko has been featured in global events such as API World Conference, ASEAN Blockchain Conference, the Singapore FinTech Festival, and many more. An accomplished academic with 8 world-class degrees and many publications to his credit. Mr. Govind Mengji, Cybersecurity and Technology Manager, Deloitte Abu Dhabi, UAE. Mr. Govind Mengji possesses a robust understanding of emerging technologies, including AI and blockchain. He holds expertise in cloud, virtualization, network, cybersecurity, storage, backup, and design application architecture. Mr. Govind's writings on cybersecurity, cloud, blockchain, and IoT have been published in multiple magazines. Professor Dr. S. Ashok Shettar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, KLE Technological University. Dr. Ashok Shettar holds PhD from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He has more than 70 publications to his credit in form of journal articles, book chapters, conference proceedings, etc. He holds expertise in civil engineering, strategic planning, and strategic applications. Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari, Founder Director, Galta. Professor M.K. Bhandari has over 4.5 decades of teaching, research, and management experience. He has authored 85 research articles and 8 books on comparative constitutions, intellectual property rights, human rights, evidence law, etc. Professor Bhandari is a well-known name who has produced 80 educational films and TV shows on series of issues related to United Nations, human rights and technology, constitutional law, and other areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It is now our honor to invite Professor Dr. J.M. Mallikarjunaya, Dean Faculty of Law, KLE Technological University, and Principal, KLE Law College, Bengaluru, to deliver the prefatory remarks.
Honorable Mr. Justice T.G. Shivashankar Gowdaji, Mr. Venkatesh Murthy, Professor Dr. Enrico, Mr. Govind Mengji, our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ashok Shettar. Most distinguished resource persons, invitees, delegates, my dear students, and my dear colleagues, and the media, press and media. Greetings to you all at the International Conference on Ethico-Legal Dimensions of Advanced Technologies, a pathway to responsible innovation. This gathering of delegates and resource persons hailing from across the globe stands testimony today to the global commitment towards ensuring that the rapid development and deployment of advanced technologies aligns with our shared human values, legal standards, and the ethical principles. Today, we live in a new technological age marked by the time of immense discovery and innovation. From the blockchain's potential to revolutionize financial transactions and secure data, to the transformative power of artificial intelligence in almost every aspect of our lives. From the metaverse offering us novel ways to connect, learn, and create, to fintech and robotics, reshaping our industries, economies worldwide. The pace at which these technologies are growing is breathtaking and undoubtedly holds tremendous promise for our future. However, with great power comes great responsibility. As we wonder at what these technologies can achieve, we must also traverse the complex ethical and legal challenges they bring forth. Issues of human rights, intellectual property law, data protection, privacy, and cybersecurity are becoming increasingly intertwined with these new technologies. So it is no longer enough to simply innovate, we need to innovate responsibly. Ironically, amidst the rapid advancements in technology, we find ourselves confronted with a range of challenges. One such challenge is the escalating instances of financial fraud in e-commerce and e-banking, victimizing the individuals. This highlights the pressing need for robust safeguards and regulations to protect the interests of common man and ensure the integrity of digital transactions. Responsible innovation demands prioritizing the security and trustworthiness of these systems. Furthermore, the recent incidents, inclusive of the one related to our own Prime Minister today, these incidents involve cine celebrities and celebrities in other realm in India being harassed through the misuse of deep fake technology, which serve as a stark reminder of the potential threats posed by advanced technologies. Deep fake technology, with its ability to manipulate and fabricate digital content, can be exploited for malicious purposes, compromising privacy, reputation, and even democratic processes. This again underscores the urgency of addressing the ethical and legal implications of these technologies, so that we may mitigate their potential for harm and protect the rights and dignity of individuals. Thus, in this fast-paced era of breakthroughs and innovations, it is essential that we remind ourselves of the true purpose of technology. Technology exists to serve humanity, to shape a better world for all of us. It should never be reduced to serving the whims of market alone. The power of technology lies not in its ability to generate profits, but in its capacity to empower individuals, communities, nations, of course, while contributing to the nourishment of humanity. But alas, viewed in the retrospect, we have achieved the opposite. We must now firmly establish that technology is a tool, not a master. It shall not control or dictate our lives. Instead, we must remain the masters of technology. Directing it towards the betterment of our society, it is our responsibility to ensure that technology is harnessed in a manner that upholds human dignity, fosters inclusivity, and respects our collective values. The path to responsible innovation lies in our ability to recognize the potential risks and challenges that these advanced technologies are bringing. We must address these issues head-on and create a framework that promotes ethical considerations, legal compliances, and societal well-being. It is not enough to be captivated by the possibilities that technology offers. We must also be vigilant in safeguarding against the unintended consequences of the great technology. In an artificial intelligence-powered, increasingly interconnected world, how to ensure human rights, how to protect intellectual property rights, how to secure networks, systems, and data from cyber threats. Inter alia, these are the hard questions that this conference seeks to address in 2 days from now. We have gathered here not as technologists, legal scholars, ethical philosophers, or policymakers, but as the guardians of a future that is both exciting and burdened with challenges. Our goal should be to create an ecosystem conducive for the innovation and to ensure the benefits of these technologies are widely spread, their harms are mitigated, and it caters to the needs of humanity and not just the needs of market forces. During these 2 days, as we delve into these issues, let us remember that our primary duty is towards the people who use and are affected by these technologies. Our discussions should not just be about what we can do with these technologies, but also about what we should do with it. It's about making sure that our technological future is democratic, equitable, and respects the dignity and rights of all individuals while respecting the innate nature of humans, that is morality. Finally, it is said the scholarship progresses only when scholars disagree. So I look forward and appeal to all scholarly resource persons and the delegates to agree to disagree, and provide valuable insights, debates, and solutions during the course of the conference. And I'm confident that our collective wisdom will guide us down the path of responsible innovation. I look forward for the deliberations and active participation, throwing some light on the problems that we are facing with the advanced technologies, along with harnessing its benefits. Thank you. Thank you, Manada.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate the International Conference on Ethico-Legal Dimensions of Advanced Technology, a Pathway to Responsible Innovation, by lighting the lamp. All of you please arise. It is now our privilege to request the esteemed dignitaries to release the compendium of abstracts. Thank you. It is our honor to extend the invitation to Honorable Mr. Justice T.G. Shivashankare Gowda, Judge, High Court of Karnataka, Bengaluru, to deliver the inaugural address.
Morning to everybody. It is a special occasion for me to stand before you all, because among the technologists who are well versed with the technology and how the technology being adopted and applied and forced on individual, now the talk of the day. I think morning you might have read the newspaper. In the first front page itself, the news of Honorable Prime Minister expressing his anguish about the deepfake videos. In internal pages, when I reading even famous film actor Kajal was also hurt by the videos that has been adopted. I am a purely a law professional. I have not technological background. I could only able to understand the technology because of my study in pure mathematics in post-graduation, Mysore University. Computerization is nothing but calculation, permutation and combination. The fact that the technology being developed and adopted, utilized for betterment of the society. As a common man or a rustic man who is using the technology, we can call it as a person with front end, a person sitting in front of the computer, and a person who is operating the computer, mobiles, everything on the screen. We call it as a person in the front end. The worry is for the people who are sitting on the back end, behind the computer, inside the computer. The persons who develop the programming are now the much worried people. When I entered the KLE premises, I was interacting with the luminaries, how the things are happening in the back end. In order to facilitate the proper working of the front end, the back end is very, very important. In order to organize this a conference, the back end work that has been done by the college, involving the principal, university, and the dignitary, so is very, very important and plays a crucial role in bringing a new technology. There are several aspects that the international conference is going to deal with. And I particularly requested to talk about the ethical aspect of the AI technology. In this regard, United Nations also taken a very initiative, because generally United Nations will not interfere in the software development or a business of a software company. But when the ethical aspect comes, so it is applicable to the each and everyone, and it will going to affect the mankind across the globe. So the role of the United Nations comes naturally. In this regard, several conferences have been held, discussions have been taken place. You might have read in the newspaper or even in the YouTube and Googling if you do it, a 512 MB RAM that was imported for space research in the year 1960s was shipmated. So it was weighing tonnage of 512 RAM. Now you are all using the mobile phone with RAM ranging from 12, 14, 16 MB RAMs. 512 MB, you compare KB, that is KB, not MB. So 1 MB more than 1000 KBs. Now everything we are holding technology in our hands. We are adopting it. The flip side of the technology is very dangerous. As a judge, involving computerization of the courts. We were all earlier days, the judges are writing the court proceedings on their own hand. And thereafter comes the typewriters. Then comes the electronic typewriters. Then comes the computerization, computers. We were having a computer's doom. It is size like a big, more than a speakers. Earlier days. Now we can do everything over a mobile. So technology has grown such as such. At the same side, use of the application of this technology on the reverse side is very dangerous. As we see, some of the judges how the dangerous we were explaining to our judicial officers. Some of the judges never pronounce the judgment, they never prepare the judgments. So when we asked them, they used to tell that we have prepared the judgment and I have pronounced on the day in which. Then we used to ask, where you prepared the judgment? They said, in our computer. So then we used to show them the backend. When you are opened the computer, when this document was created, when this document was accessed, when this document was corrected. So then come the danger of applying the technology in the judicial aspect. We started our judicial court computerization of the courts in the year 1997 by deploying dumb terminals. They are very huge and consuming a lot of space. Now all-in-one technology, all-in-one computers have been come. It will place on your packets now. So far as the ethical aspect is concerned, the legal profession has transformed itself over the last couple of centuries. From written manuscripts to typewriter, desktop, word processors, printers, laptops, tablets, smartphones, and cloud computing. From printed law digest and reporters to a digital database of precedents and search engines. The email has come to stay, sidelining its poor old cousin, the post office. Post-COVID, virtual courts and hybrid courts have been successful. Live streaming of the court proceedings and instant judicial transcriptions bring the transparency and fair trial. While technology has indeed increased the speed in drafting, research and communication, to what extent could artificial intelligence will play a significant role in the legal profession? There is a general complaint that the templates or boilerplates have encouraged cut and paste drafting, which is the antithesis to a whetstone as it hinders sharpening the innovative skills of a lawyer. Before the advent of mobile phones, it was not unusual for people to remember at least a score telephone numbers. The advent of mobile phones have certainly not caused any burden to the memory capacity of humans, and it is now difficult to remember even a handful of telephone numbers. What is the future of artificial intelligence in the legal profession? Will it enhance or degenerate the inherent creative skill of a lawyer? What will replace lawyers, be it in the area of transaction and drafting contracts or pleadings and arguing in courts or arbitration tribunals? Will it replace judges, arbitrators, and the mediators? In the words of Professor S. Chandrasekhar, an eminent space scientist, defense strategist, and professor at National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bengaluru, India, quote, artificial intelligence today is a revolutionizing industry and threatening to radically change labor markets. In spite of this, some experts are questioning whether AI is reaching its limit, unquote. AI is still quite some distance away from mimicking human intelligence insofar as the smell, touch, taste, vision, and hearing. According to Professor Chandrasekhar, AI can perform better than humans on a wide range of set of problems, from detecting cancer to interview selection for jobs. As long as an operation is routine, an AI trained on a large database which has established reasonable credentials can significantly ease the work in most areas. If the routine activity changes quite often, then AI and algorithms may not be applicable. He believes that a judge or a lawyer may rely upon the advice output of an AI, provided that the data on which the AI has been trained has not suffered any change. However, if there are constant or rapid changes, the AI needs to be trained continuously, which according to Professor will be very expensive and can run into several billion US dollars in order to get close to 95% of accuracy. Now, as the professor who is dealing with all these kind of applicabilities has expressed the cost effectiveness in getting the data accuracy. When we go talk of the computerization, yes, young students, law students, you all know, you might have understand what is the blockchain technology. You will easily understand if you order for a pizza. Domino's Pizza or wherever you pizza order, from the time you place an order, from the time the mixing was done, and when it was baked, when it was packed, when it was dispatched, when it is in front of your house, and when it has been delivered to you. So this is the concept of blockchain technology. Now it has been taken in new dimensions, and along with artificial intelligence, now the blockchain technology is growing rapidly, and it being in high demand. Why such a demand for blockchain technology? The aspect of the integration. Each and every moment, each and every activity is being integrated and given in a chain of events. So artificial intelligence being adopted everywhere, but it is not only being used for good things. Example of being a backend people, as I said, programming is very important. For doing a programming, proper data is very much important. Instead of putting a full stop, example, robotic operations we are calling nowadays. The programmer, instead of putting full stop, if you put the comma, then what the robot will do, imagine while operating a intestine of a patient. It will go on cutting all the parts of the intestine because there is no full stop, there is a comma. So a robot can continue to do whatever it wants. So programming aspects and the backend aspect is very, 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 very important. I have been told that in software companies, instead of the highest paid person in a software company is a hacker. All software companies employ ethical hackers. When a software comes, whatever the company develops, if he hacks it, he is the brilliant and he is being employed and he has been paid in crores of money. What it is happening? Now we are all having Aadhars. So Aadhar being linked to the bank. I think last week you might have read in the newspaper. So those persons who have went to the sub-register office in Bengaluru for registration of their documents, they found that their bank balance is zero. Because we have already put all our Aadhar numbers to the bank. So where our iris and thumb impression, all our mobile and all our personal data being fed in. And you might have all receiving unsolicited calls from some developer selling some site somewhere else and some new product being launched. And all of a sudden you are receiving some call from some XYZ and calling that, are you interested in purchasing this one? Are you interested in doing? So where our data is going? We have not shared that data to anybody. So somebody, some XYZ who is unknown to us, having the full data of myself. They knew what I take, morning food, what I have take, what the medicine that I have, what I am taking, what are the disease that I am suffering. So they knew each and everything. You see, this is the ordinary software that they are using. Now imagine the artificial intelligence, complete replacement of human being. If this kind of technology goes to the hands of a wrong person, what will going to happen? Example, if all your data is available and it is fed into the AI, I don't think in future no girl and no boy will going to get married. Because if a girl asks the data of the boy, it will give everything. Every day he goes to the bar, he takes 2 liters of beer, he takes 500 ml of whiskey, and he smoke cigarette and he do the shopping like this. If that data is available to the girl, who will accept the boy? Similar is the situation. If the data girl goes to the beer parlor, she smokes. So what is the fate of the generation? Why I am much worried. Wherever I go, I am telling this. Because today India is a young India. We are feeling proud that we are young Indians. Nobody knows what is the wrong side of it. I am going 30 years forward. Today, Indian population 75% are young. Only 25% are the seniors. Even you go anywhere in the villages, it is hard to find a senior citizens. We have to go in search of senior citizen to seek the blessings. Contrary, you go to the Japan. Japan is age-old country. 75% of the Japan population is above 60 years. Indian population above 60 years is only 25%. Imagine after 30 years, what will going to happen? These 75% of young Indians will become old Indians. 75% of our population of 20 to 30 years will become senior citizens. And how our economy will grow? Why we are today matching the economy of highly grown bigger states in the world? How are we prepared to face that situation? Example, in a family of 4 people, now we 3 are earning. Only 1 is sitting and 3 can feed him. No easy. After 30 years, 3 persons will sit inside the house. 1 will learn how to feed them. Now technology being changed, the health services is now become very costly affair. A person without medical insurance can't go to Canada or America. So now we are all depending upon the medical insurance. Even now in Bengaluru city, if you want to go to any corporate hospital, they don't admit a person coming without insurance. This is the situation. Why the technology damaging the corpus of the society is like this. In this regard, so ethical value is, you see, for each and everything there is a ethic. Everything is attached with a ethics, because we have to do each and every act having a ethical value. Now, what happens if the AI goes to the wrong people? Example, now war is going on in Israel. You imagine the technology being in the hands of the army. If it goes to the terrorists, it will fire back. These are because you are all seen just 3 days back, you are all burst the crackers in the Diwali. If you burst the cracker, light the cracker, before throwing it burst in your hand, what will be the damage? Same thing will going to happen by adopting artificial intelligence without ethics. In this regard, several aspects have been taken into consideration, and the United Nations has conveyed discussion on this regard in the United Nations General Assembly on the 25th September of 2015 with an agenda of 2030 agenda for substantial development goals. So where the technology could be utilized has been discussed, and ethical declarations have been drafted, and universal declaration has been promulgated, where the participated countries, delegates, have signed the declaration. And I read a few of the declarations for your kind information. That AI can be used in providing legal studies, but in the ultimate decision on a case must be taken by a human being, lawyer or client, as the case may be. We believe that every case has a margin of unpredictability at the outset, and AI cannot determine the outcome of a case with absolute certainty. AI should not replace human judgment, empathy, and ethics which are part of the legal profession. We are aware that the AI can promote equality and fair access to justice only if it is based on proper and verified materials and is designed to promote universal values. AI training and database shall always be approved by human beings, and AI shall not be allowed to use unauthorized data in any legal sensitive procedure. AI must be used fairly. We shall use AI in a transparent, responsible, and ethical way to promote access to justice and to give better services to our clients. Respecting the human rights of a party is also involved. We commit ourselves not to use AI to promote, support, or abet illegal or unethical activities and not to take advantage of such behavior. AI should be used to support the standard of legal profession, and its results or outcomes should always be verified by the lawyers using it. We shall be accountable in this regard. In any article, opinion, brief, presentation, or submission where the drafter has used the assistance of AI, this is the very, very important where I am coming to the part of the ethics. The drafter shall identify and inform the readers by way of index or a footnote that the source of certain information in the said document was obtained from AI source, or that the document is entirely AI generated. This includes disclosure of AI algorithms, data sources, and the purpose of their application. We commit ourselves to not to use algorithm generated text, arguments, citations, judgments, or any other content without evaluation by legal professionals. Rigorous review and cross-verification of AI generated content should be conducted. In a litigation or any ADR proceedings, the above information shall be given to each party involved, the decision maker included. There are several aspects that these are the things being dealt with, and the UNESCO recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence has been adopted on 23rd November 2021. The European Ethical Charter on Use of Artificial Intelligence in Judicial System and their involvement, adopted by the European Commission for the Efficiency of the Justice on 3rd December 2016. The UN Charter has dealt with as many as 17 goals where the object of using AI on ethical basis could be achieved efficiently, and we should be very aware and careful of AI being misused and misplaced and being put into the wrong track for achieving wrong goals. Now the life in each and every aspect become a business. Ethics have been eroding. Everybody now thinking in the monetary benefit. Even now, if I want to marry a girl, I thought, what could I get from her? Even the vice versa. Even to make a friend, he is a fit friend for what I will get if I get into a friendship with him. So these are the things that we are living. Now things are commercialized. Olden days, it was the proverb that to becoming a doctor or to become a software professional was a good aim. Now things have been changed. Compared to the real estate boom in the Bengaluru and also the Silicon Valley and the education system and the modernized technologies being adopted. I am not a child who has adopted any child. I have studied in a government school in the floor, Kannada medium, and coming to this level, not an easy task. Now everything is easily available to our children now. But the problem is the values that nobody is taking care of. I am much worried about our younger generation. What will going to happen their fate after 30 years? Hope so. Luminaries are there on the dais, and there will be a lot of discussion. Even our experts are there. Dr. Anand Prabhu is there. He is a guiding force for all our judicial officers. And whatever the things happening, what to do, what not to do, in the morning first message, he will give it to all the judicial officers. So he will enlighten all the things and he will going to explain what will be the backend and what is the problem and who has to solve the backend. Because cyber investigation is now highly sought to solve. And now everybody wants like order like pizza, it will come within 10 minutes. If a cyber crime happens, they want solution in 5 minutes. How to give the solution? Astonishingly, one thing that because of I involved in computerization since 2014, and I have involved in drafting the e-filing rules, video conference rules, and several rules we have framed, keeping in the backend aspect and how to curtail the hackers. But most of the hacking cyber crimes are connected in India are to the Rajasthan and Bihar. And it is surprising to know from our technologists and our police friends that these hackers are all not more than studied ITI and diploma. They are not the BE software engineers. Sitting somewhere in the desert, they are hacking your phone. They are looking at your phone. Now you are all opening and looking your phone. Take it as granted. Someone sitting in Bihar and Rajasthan also parallelly looking into your mobiles. Now he is all taking everything. The data that you share a photograph, you share a video, you share a text. It will not in your hands. It will be somebody's hands. Keeping all this into aspect, a conference like this has been organized. It is an eye-opener. I appreciate the initiation by the KLE University, that too, targeting the young boys or law graduates, coming law graduates, because we are going to place our judiciary in your hands. So we need you to equip each and everything. In future, you can't, I dealt with a judgment, a case which filed in the year 1948. 1948 judgment, suit filed, and I have decided in the year 1996. Imagine what will be the fate of the litigant. So you can't do that, because anybody you becoming the judges in future, you have to take a decision within 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I don't think that much will also be allowed by the people. They want instant, everything be instant, like a trial being conducted in the televisions. If any crime happens, they will show everything to the people and they will also decide everything. Ultimately, after the trial, what will be the outcome? Negative. Accused being acquitted, honorably acquitted, there is no evidence. But people perception, what is happening to the perception of the people? They feel bad about the judiciary. So these are the things, and even doing certain things in hurried manner is very dangerous. Everything has its own span of life. Imagine last word, if adopting AI technology and it gathers all information and tells to you, you are going to die tomorrow morning, what will be your fate? Think, think, think. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for those words of inspiration and awakening call that you gave with the use of technology. Dear friends, His Lordship Justice Sushekar Gowda had agreed upon a condition that we will be freeing him by 10 o'clock. We have already trespassed 20 minutes into your personal time, sir. Excuse us. And now we thank you profusely and we facilitate His Lordship to leave, and the program continues. Thank you.
I now request Mr. Venkatesh Murthy K, Senior Director at Data Security Council of India, to share his views with today's audience.
Good morning, all. At the outset, I would like to thank KLE Law College for giving me this excellent opportunity to share little knowledge I have in this domain. I was asked to talk in specific about cyber crimes because my background is last 18 years I have been working closely with law enforcement agencies in handling cybercrime cases. So before I begin my presentation, I would like to share an interesting conversation that I had with a police officer, a 1977 batch police officer, who became DSP in the year 2006. And this conversation was maybe in 2007 or 8 when I was talking to him. He said, Mr. Murthy, in my 25-30 years of experience, I have investigated variety of cases. Starting from a theft case, murder case, wildlife crimes, kidney theft case, idol theft case. When I was investigating kidney theft case, no one expected me to become a nephrologist. But now they have put me as DSP at Cybercrime Police Station, and I'm the investigating officer. 2008, it was Section 78 was not yet amended, so it was DSP and above. So people expect me to have a capability, technical capability or competency similar to IITN. Don't you think it is unreasonable expectation? So I think that that question is still relevant for today also. So the common concerns, since it is an international conference, so the common concerns, if I compare it with India and rest of the world, data security and privacy is still a concern. Compatibility of legislation. We are unable to sign any treaty with respect to cyber crimes. A lot of issues are there. Be it Budapest Convention, which is also known as EU Convention on Cyber Crimes, which talks about harmonization of cyber crimes, which talks about international cooperation. But we are unable to do that. Transboundary issues. Geography, although for a perpetrator, geography is history. But for an investigator, geography plays a very critical role. Is applicability of CRPC notices. It has restricted boundary. And handling the new age tech innovation, which is the theme of today's conference. I think every country has put in significant efforts in trying to manage it. You cannot have a solution, you have to manage it. So tech innovation, if we have to talk from an ethical and legal perspective, it's always a dance between what can we do versus what should we do. What can we do? Sky is the limit. What should we do? It's always treated as restriction, okay, barrier to innovation. Some of the common concerns with respect to adoption of new age technologies like artificial intelligence or genetic engineering. I'm not restricting only to technology. Technology in the sense the IT related thing, the genetic engineering or the emerging technologies. So these concerns, I think this will be dealt in detail during the conference. Privacy concerns, bias concerns, and accountability concerns. So for us, the biggest issue is the accountability concern. Whom to catch hold of if anything goes wrong is always there. So AI assisting cyber criminals. People talk about AI replacing the investigators, but I don't buy that statement, or I don't subscribe to it. AI can never replace any individual. AI can never replace any human being, but it can aid. It can aid the investigator. It can aid the court. Look at how criminals are leveraging artificial intelligence. So there is one guy wanted to write a phishing email. In general, you might have observed, whoever has received the phishing email, the English is very bad. Okay, due to geography, English is very bad. But ChatGPT solves majority of the problems for the criminals. Look at cyber criminals showcasing how they have leveraged the technology. ChatGPT helps the cyber criminal to write an info stealer. Okay, info stealer, which is very new, which is not yet recognized by any of the antivirus solutions providers. Criminal showing how he created his own encryption tool. Okay, and I would like to draw your attention towards this changing hacker mindset. Gone are those days. The general depiction of an hacker was uncombed hair, unshaven beard, lot of tobacco, alcohol, caffeine. These were the essential features of an hacker. But today, most alarming, most dangerous for the society is hackers have started gaining patience. In fact, in Chennai, there is one Vipassana course for hackers. There's a meditation course, 7 days meditation course, where the yoga teacher will teach you how to develop patience. Hacker does many of the things because he is highly impatient. He wants to hack. So that is the reason nowadays you are finding that once he hacks your account, he will not immediately change the password. Instead, he would like to do a parallel browsing. He will try to understand what is happening in your life, and based on that, he will target. And they are more sophisticated, well-funded. Funding, they have alternate currencies. They leverage crypto for that. Law enforcement. Coming to law enforcement. Most of the time it is retrospective. Upon the complaint, they act. They find happiness in working closely with those people who are identifiable. Okay. Jurisdiction based. It's always railway police versus the local police. Move the body away from the railway track. I define the jurisdiction. Okay. It's not. That doesn't work in this cyber crimes. Edward Snowden, 2013, 10 years before, when he made the classified documents public, a lot of changes took place. Till 2013, many of us, for us, the privacy was bodily privacy. The moment we got to know about the NSA's mass surveillance activities, we started worrying about our privacy, online privacy. As a result, people started adopting. I myself, I was not aware about using BitLocker, which was there since Vista. I was unaware. But after this revelations, I started using BitLocker. Okay. The communication service providers, those days, Dr. Anand Prabhu might agree with me. It was very easy for us to identify the source of the email. By just looking at the full header, you get the IP address. 2013 onwards, the communication service providers started removing those essential artifacts which would disclose the origin, who has sent the email. So today you don't get the IP address. And the customer to select the location. Too much of information is available on public domain. MLAT is the only instrument for us to get information from jurisdiction outside India. Go to Interpol India website. CBI is the nodal agency. You get information about everything, list of countries with whom we have the diplomatic relationship, with whom we have signed, and customer will select the country which is not there in that list. So that option I will give it to my service provider. Cybercrime facts, one data breach notification website like have been found has about 11 billion records. Malware, to hack somebody, I don't need that expertise. It's like a Ola Uber model. Okay. You don't need to own the car, but still you can run the business. Ready-made exploits are available on, it's similar to doing shopping on Amazon or Flipkart. You just select what you want, whether you want an ATM jackpotting software, malware, You pay so much money, you get it on your pen drive, and then infect the ATM. And customized exploits are also available. And most alarming is they have the customer service managers also. In case you are not satisfied, they interact with you. Digital alibi creation framework, the abuse of technology. Rodney Bradford, US teenager, he was charged with some armed burglary case. His father produced an affidavit before the court stating that when this incident took place, my son was very much in my apartment. The honorable judge asked, what is the proof? He said, my son was active on Facebook. The Brooklyn district judge asked the prosecution to call for records from Facebook. Prosecution tried to object. Then the judge said, look, when the prosecution has produced records from Facebook, based on that, I have delivered my judgment, inculpatory. Now I am giving an opportunity to the accused to prove that he is not guilty. I treat this as exculpatory evidence. So that judgment in the year 2009 gave a lot of inspiration for our malicious people to come up with something called as digital alibi creation framework. In my absence, my computer will browse and create those artifacts to mimic as if I was there. Because always we fail in linking the man and the machine. Okay, so this digital alibi creation framework helps a lot. And height of alibi. The guy was charged with possession of child pornographic content. His advocate submitted before the court, my client had a pet cat. Cat walked on the keyboard. As a result, some indecent pornographic child porn content were downloaded. So judge was very smart. He said, okay, let us see how many times the cat walked on the same keys. So then it was close to 1,200 times. The forensic report showed that it was more than 1,000 times. So his alibi was discredited. The next thing which we are talk of the town is digital forensics and privacy. While we are still not able to leverage the power of digital forensics, people expect us to exercise privacy while conducting digital forensic examination. Okay, reasonable expectation of privacy, which was limited to the bodily privacy, has now come to cyber forensic laboratories also. Imagine. Privacy enhancing framework should not perform a significant number of additional tasks which would invade the privacy of an individual. Okay. Limit data to parties who are not under the investigation. Record accidental and intentional access, or if the guy has copied the data, that should be recorded. Trends in cybercrimes. Deepfakes, data breaches are getting bigger. Cryptocurrencies, ransomware, cyber extortion. These are only few. In the interest of time, I'm speeding up. Voice cloning. While I don't subscribe to the statement that AI is for bad. I don't subscribe to that, because a lot of positive. Since many of you are from Karnataka, you might be knowing. After the demise of Kannada film star Puneeth Rajkumar, a movie was he had not dubbed the movie. Okay, so then AI-based program was used, which would convert the text into speech. And for a casual observer like me, for an audience, it was like Puneeth Rajkumar speaking. That's a positive use. So where there is use, there is always misuse. So that is one voice cloning is something. There are a couple of case studies also. UK-based firm was duped. The guy, the accountant who received the call, assumed that he is talking to his boss, and he transferred $243. And this challenge is still on. The Federal Trade Commission of America has opened up the challenge to come up with ideas which would help these consumers to identify whether it is a voice clone or not. It's still happening. People are leveraging a lot of online resources. None of the individuals on this screen, they ever existed on the planet. You can get this information from many websites. One such website is thispersondoesnotexist.com. You go there and the AI will create a photograph. You just download it and make it your TP. Okay. So deepfake. This guy says I'm not.
Well,
At least on contemporary terms, it is not.
So he's not a human being. Okay. The next thing, converting a static photograph into a video. I'm just telling you about how AI is helping. So this photograph was taken from a wall, and when this photograph was uploaded, this photo turns to a video. Many people who have grown looking at the photographs of their ancestors, they can just use this application to make their ancestors blink their eyes, smile, etc. So experiments with AI. So one of the legislator from US, he took the help of AI to write a bill, and he is forcing the Congress to accept it. Copyright bots, DMCA violations. Bots are there which would definitely identify if there is any copyright violation. They send notices automatically. No human interventions are required. So experiments with AI, let me talk about the failures. New York lawyer sanctioned for using fake ChatGPT cases. The case references which were referred in the argument, those cases never existed, and they were charged. Driverless car manufacturer Cruise recalls 950 cars because they had issues with driverless car. A woman was wrongly identified using a facial recognition technology, and she's an 8-month pregnant, but she was questioned. A lawyer bot. There's a bot, donotpay.com. This guy provides the legal services without taking any money. So he is now sued because he doesn't possess any legal degree. So coming to my last portion of my presentation. So cybercrimes and tech innovation. So cybercrimes have already started leveraging artificial intelligence while we are trying to address manually. Phishing attacks with AI, it gives a lot of precision. Automated hacking tools. I want to develop a keylogger. I can go and use some AI tool to generate it. Ransomware with machine learning. Machine learning will try to understand the user behavior, and based on that it does. Deepfake we have seen. Social engineering, frauds. A lot of loan applications are there. AI-powered deepfakes. And this is the height of becoming a victim. This ransomware gang hacked into a financial company, Meridian Link's computer, and they sent the ransom note. The company did not bother to respond. So what they did, like we have breach notification in India. There are certain offenses which need to be reported under Information Technology Act. So these hackers, the ransomware gang, reports to the SEC. Okay, that this guy is attacked. They have not told that I have attacked. This guy is attacked, but he has not reported. Please take action. And this is the proof they have published it. And this is the acceptance. So lastly, responsible tech innovation and law enforcement, it's always a debate between progress versus protection. Progress, it is endless progress for technological innovation. But when it comes to law enforcement, because law enforcement always demand exceptional access to information. But when we talk about privacy, law enforcement hands are tied. AI and data analytics enhance the LEA capabilities. Already we use a lot of AI-based facial recognition technologies. The Niti Aayog has also released a report also, but privacy concerns. How do we maintain the transparency and accountability? Those are the expectations from the general public. So this is my last slide. I feel that the regulation of R&D in advanced technology or the emerging technologies, it should be scientific, institutional, ethical, legal. All the 4 areas need to be covered. While ethical adoption, which is the theme of your conference, ethics and ethical adoption and legal regulations belong to different domains. Because ethics, it is I may or I may not, but legal makes you to follow it. Both should work together to manage the technology. So ethically informed and legally framed modern technology, this is the keyword. Ethically informed and legally framed modern technology system designing is in need of the hour. And with this, I close my talk in the interest of time. I once again thank the KLE Law College for having me here. Thank you so much for your attention. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dr. Andrew Ko, educator, Senior Lecturer of Computer Science, Singapore Management University, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, everybody, for having me here. Having a little bit of sore throat, but I hope I can make myself clear. So I come from Singapore, and as an educator, I can tell you there are two problems now in Singapore facing us. The first problem I'll discuss is the ChatGPT issue, right? Currently, you see, as an educator, we have to know whether the homework, the assignments done by our students, whether are they the really people that are doing it, or are they using software AI apps like ChatGPT to help them to complete their assignments, right, in a very short time. And the other issue is, in order to detect it, you yourself as an educator, myself, have to learn to use it, right? So that brings, the program itself actually is pushing a lot of legal boundaries concerning privacy, concerning potentially infringements, concerning plagiarism. Is it copying from other sources via the ChatGPT program? Because you see, currently, if you are using ChatGPT program itself, it doesn't tell you where exactly it's getting all this information from. It gives you a very perfect answer, a perfect solution. But where is it gathering from? It's not telling you, right? So yesterday we learned that the former CEO of OpenAI, which is the inventor of ChatGPT, just got removed, right, by their board of directors because they couldn't trust him anymore. So part of that problem is solved, but the other part now is the program itself, right? So as an educator now, we have to not just detect things from students, we also have to detect things from our own fellow researchers. Our fellow researchers using ChatGPT, right, for their research papers, academia works, and so on. So that brings in another a range of ethical issues, right? It's not just legal boundaries of infringement, and so it's bringing into ethical issues of researchers and educators ourselves, right? Among ourselves, our community, how do we use ChatGPT in an ethical way? I've seen some research papers, they have declared that they do not use ChatGPT to help them prepare their research papers. So they're very explicit about it. There's one way of addressing some of these concerns. But it's an ongoing issue, right? So this is one thing that is happening, at least I can tell you from the Singapore perspective. And the other issue that we face, basically, when it comes to tech in the legal profession. Now, before I became an educator, I was a banker. So as a banker, we make use of a lot of legal services from a lot of law firms, right? And in this year, a couple of major law firms in Singapore are using an AI program developed by a local university in Singapore to help clients, their customers, draft their first legal contract based on what the customer wants, just right in front of the client, using that software, using what they have discussed, right, over in the room with themselves. Now the program can draft a contract on the spot. So you potentially no longer need a junior lawyer and associate in the law firm to do that job for the partner, right? So I can tell you the problem is the customers are very happy. Or why they are very happy is not just because of the turnaround time, right? You don't have to wait for a few days or a few weeks to see your first draft. But because they are very happy, because based on the feedback I got from the partners of major law firms, is that they can ask for lower legal fees, right? Because it's not you doing it; it's a machine that is helping you to do it now, right? So that development is, I believe, it will continue to grow. The demand, the requirements will continue to grow, and the AI, because it has machine learning capabilities, will get only smarter and better based on each input, based on each assignment that is being given to it. So this is basically a game changer for the legal industry. As much as it has done to the banking industry, the legal industry will face a lot of challenges, because once your competitors are using it for their customers and customers are accepting this trend, then how the career path, right, for new lawyers we're going to determine that. Because I mean, the truth is you're probably not going to need a lot of lawyers now compared to the present time, right? In the future, you might need maybe fewer lawyers. In the future, you might need lawyers with who know how to write their own artificial intelligence programs. It's not difficult. I've also forced myself to learn a few months ago. It's a bit challenging, right? Writing programs with young programmers and so on, developers and so on. But it's not difficult to learn. Surprisingly, it's not difficult to learn, right? So there are challenges like this facing the legal industry, at least from the Singapore perspective, because that is going to change the career paths. It will enrich some lawyers who are able to adapt it fast and make the customers happy. It may also impact the business of existing a legal profession, right? They are seeing maybe the market share reduce over the course of time. But that is the trend we can't stop, unfortunately, right? So artificial intelligence, ChatGPT included, is going to continuously impact on our lives, not just on a professional manner, but also the way we are managing our business, the way we are managing our career, the way we are managing even teaching it as a subject itself, right? So very soon you will see ChatGPT embedded in your module, right? Because if there's a law firms are using it to draft contracts and design contracts and so on, so that is going to be something pretty interesting for at least for the legal and also the education industry as a whole, to continue to evolve and to improve on ourselves. And lastly, I also want to say, for those who are thinking of, I've been asked many questions before. Do you from lawyers, do you have to be a lawyer, in the legal industry? And my answer is no. You can be a developer now to be in the legal firm. You can be, we have heard from the other speakers, you can also be a cyber expert to be in the legal firm, right? You can be a consultant, right? You can actually also do other support functions within the legal industry as well. So this is also something that is changing, right? Because the world is changing too. So very soon, you might find engineers working in the legal firm. Very soon, you might find ex-bankers like me in the legal firm, right? Very soon, you might find cyber experts in the legal firm, because these are happening, and customers need some kind of an independent opinion from some kind of in-house expert. So again, these are evolving, right? The industry as a whole, and as lawyers, and so I understand that many students here today, there's aspiring lawyers. You might have to pick up at least one other skill apart from your legal training in the future, because and technology is very big in the horizon that I can foresee in the very, very near future. So with that, I hope that I've given you some thoughts for you to think about. And thank you for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
now take immense pleasure in inviting Professor Dr. M.K. Bandari, Founder Director Galter, our Chief Academic Advisor of the conference, to address the gathering.
That's why I was sitting there. Namaskar. Good morning. Honorable Justice E.S. Shivashankar in absentia, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the KLE Technology University, Professor Ashok Sir, Professor Andrew Ko, Govind Manji, Mr. Murthy, all distinguished resource persons from different parts of the country, various principals from the KLE group of the law colleges, members of the Galter who have come from different parts of the country to join this conference, which are being co-hosted by Galter, and above all, dear students. Because I always believe that we progress and we exist because of you. So in fact, this conference, if Professor Mallikarjun agrees, is dedicated to you. Because the journey which we have started and the digital revolution in which we are sailing, you have to take it forward. There will be many challenges and many opportunities with the technology. And it is you, this generation Z, which will have to take forward this journey of technological revolution, digital revolution, in a safe manner. The tone of this conference has already been set by the learned speakers. I will deal with some pointers because we are exceeding a little bit time. So I'll just take few pointers, and we will have 2 days plenary and technical sessions to discuss each and every aspect in detail. First of all, let us recapitulate the deadly COVID era. It was the technology which came to our rescue. It was the interactive communication technology that made it possible to run our institutions, whether it is a university or judiciary or e-commerce. We were locked into our homes for almost 2 years. And it was this technology advancement that kept us united and the life continued. So there are certain conceptions, or I would say misconceptions, or prejudices, old prejudices, that technology has a very severe bad effects or flip side. Yes, there are. But we have to recalibrate our thinking, especially my young generation friends. We have to change our mindset and start living with the technology. Our day starts with technology and it ends with the technology. So now there is no choice to be or not to be. We have to be. The technology is our companion, our friend. The only pointer, the only thing, the word of caution is that we have to understand technology, its nuances, its ethos, and try to insulate ourselves or try to hedge ourselves against possible risks. Because as and when the technology is advancing, now we have Web3, the entire world can be created in a virtual mode. This conference could have been organized on a metaverse, and it would look like a real. We could all be there in our avatar forms and interact. So that is a great opportunity for next level of social contacts, business contacts, Now, companies are coming on metaverse to sell their products. As we have seen the e-commerce revolution, now every day I think we have 1 or 2 orders on e-commerce portal. Delivery system, sitting at home, we can enjoy pizza without going to any restaurant. So there are many, these are just now ordinary technologies, but we are having much advanced technologies. But at the same time, we have to pay some price for this. And this price we are paying is for our ignorance sometimes, and sometimes because those who are operating in the field of technology, the big four so far, big 4 companies, Alphabet, Amazon, Facebook, now Meta, they have a deep commercial interest. That is the worrisome part. Profit is good. Profit is an integral part of the business. Nobody runs business for charity. But profiteering is bad. And the same thing is happening in educational institutions also. So here we have to be cautious. And here we have to have ethical standards. Because it takes time to frame the law. Law is not advanced. It's rarely that law is created first and then technology comes, or law looks into the various dimensions of the human relationship, and then it is framed based on the experience. So new technologies have come. Now some countries have made blockchain technology laws, smart contract laws, regulation of cryptocurrencies laws. Several countries have made, some have not yet made. India has not yet made law to regulate cryptocurrencies, but we have enacted very recently the Digital Data Protection, Private Digital Data Protection Act on the line of GDPR, Global Data Protection Directive of European Union. So similarly, now we have 2 important laws in our pipeline. One is Digital India Act. That is going to take care of AI and all other laws, and also the issues of cyber security. Because the law which we have today is IT Act, Information Technology Act 2000, subsequently amended from time to time, but we don't have a comprehensive law. The Carter has been giving necessary inputs with the support of our international team member, Andrew is there, and 3 more members will join in online. They could not make it possible physically. So we have a dedicated team of 100, close to 100 members from across the world. And we have a MOU with 10 universities. And I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor to please join us in our endeavor, in our efforts to make the research and education in the field of technology and integrating that with law and ethics. So we have to formulate. The companies are working. I know Deloitte is working. Amazon is working. At World Economic Forum, they have created a platform. Harvard University has created a platform. I am also associated with the Government Blockchain Association USA. They have created a committee, ethics committee, and we are writing some ethical norms. Those norms should be followed by companies. Why there are, Mr. Murthy was talking about various aspects of the cyber security threat. We are going to conduct a course on digital forensics and privacy. And I would invite Mr. Murthy to be part of the faculty as and when we launch it very soon. So why not companies register that no, they will not promote any such software which is capable of hacking unethically. There is an ethical hacking that is part of IT Act. I fail to understand, hacking is hacking, whether it is ethical or non-ethical. But that is a debate and I don't want to go into that right now. So these are some issues which we need to ponder over. And whether the technology has exceeded the humanity or not. I was reading the article from Harvard Business Review, the technology and humanity. There are a lot of, last month I delivered a keynote at IEEE conference in India, technology and humanity. Our human rights about intellectual property rights. ChatGPT is one of the potential source of violation of my copyright or my patent. Metaverse is a potential source of copyright violation, patent violation, and so on. Similarly, there are several cases unattended, like sexual abuse on Metaverse. Two avatars are meeting and they are fighting with each other. They are not real. Real person is sitting and watching his own activity, his avatar's activity. So who is responsible? Can machine be given copyright or patent right? Because the intellectual property right is given to a human being. So these are various issues. Justice delivery system, Honorable Justice were talking about that. Yes, AI and blockchain, they can offer potential solutions in expediting the justice delivery system, disposal of cases. Now, accused need not to come physically to give witness or to be cross-examined or examined. It can be done via AI tools. So there are many opportunities also, as well as many, some threats also. Everything comes with a price. Nothing is free. So it is a Devasur Sangram, जिसको हम कहते हैं. On the one side there is a God, and on the other side there are devils, and the fight is going on since time immemorial. But what we need to do, the point is, as you, we have to understand and insulate ourselves. Avoid those unnecessary exposure of our data on social media. I generally say, people put so many things on Facebook, unnecessary things. And on a lighter side, just to make the deliberations a little easier, one day one lady asked to her maid servant that you did not come yesterday and you did not inform. She said, sir, ma'am, I posted it on the Facebook that today I am on leave and I will not come. And even your husband liked it and he mentioned that we will miss you. So why put, some people are saying we are going to Kashmir for 10 days and the house is ransacked by the thieves because they know that these people are not available at home for 10 days. We are responsible for putting this information on the Facebook or on other social media platforms. So we have to be careful. And finally, since there are business involvement are there, Einstein, the great scientist, rather I would say a scientist with spiritual flavor, has long back said that technology has exceeded the humanity. How much of technology we need for our life is a big question. And there is no clear-cut direct answer or solution. Technology will evolve and keep on evolving with still faster space. Now we have G5, G6, G7, Web 3, Web 4, Web 4.5. So it will keep on evolving. We have to understand and we have to create, the governance. And last point, finally, because the technology has a transnational application. Internet is a transnational application. We have to evolve the transnational solutions also. No one country can create a law which can deal with the transnational crimes. There's a big issue in IT Act, jurisdiction. The person sitting in America is hacking my computer, how to bring him into India and punish him. The extradition laws are there and many other things are there. So we have to have a global regulatory framework. And I give a simple example. We have sea laws, Geneva Convention sea laws. We have IPR TRIPS. TRIPS provide a minimum standard of IP regulations. So similarly, we have to have a global standards, whether it is for AI regulation, or it is for metaverse regulation, or it is for cryptocurrency regulations, or blockchain regulations, whatever are there, we have to have a global consensus. And India has been trying this initiative on G20 platform. We have contacted all the G20 countries to come out with a cryptocurrency regulations which are universally acceptable. So these are the issues we will discuss in next 2 days. And I appreciate the efforts of Professor Mallikarjun, who is a captain of this navigating journey, and his entire team who has been working day and night for making this conference a success. And we are happy that we are a part of this mission. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Dr. Ashok S. Shetter, Vice Chancellor, KLE Technological University, Hubli, to deliver the presidential remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege for me to be part of this particular conference, because you are addressing the most important issue that is really bothering a society a lot. The interaction between technological development and ethical issues, this dilemma is not new. In fact, it has existed from a very long time whenever a new technology came into our society. Whether it is weaponization, whether what we have done with the environment, and what today we are doing with the digital world, in a way they are unintended consequences. You see, every construction technology we use today has been evolved by the scientists with a particular goal, to accomplish a particular goal. It made human living much better than what it was. But at the same time, it created certain challenges, which as scientists, as technologists, we did not foresee. This is how the story goes. A new technology comes in, it evolves and grows, it permeates into the society, the whole society becomes dependent on it, the businesses are driven by it, but after a certain time, certain years, we start realizing that that solution has some other unintended consequences, which probably we did not see. You take any technology for that matter, the technologies that we use for weapons today, for the environment, or for the building our buildings, or even digital technologies. All these things were developed with a very good intentions, but over the time, somewhere, few things started happening and took the whole scenario to the other world. This is some problem associated. They say always every technology, every invention, or every innovation is a double-edged sword. In the right hand, it works for the society. In the wrong hand, it works against the society. So ultimately, putting an ethical boundary, a legal framework around it is not easy, but at the same time, very much necessary. one thing that is, as a technologist, I would like to tell you, as a technologist, we always think, look at the problems, okay? How I can solve this particular problem. That's what every technologist does. So that really excites him to solve a problem. With all good intention, he solves that problem, but unfortunately, he will not have the systemic view. Okay, the solution which I am giving, how exactly it is going to affect holistically, that does not exist. Even when we train our entrepreneurs, when we advise industries, ultimately it is about solving a problem, making a business out of it. That's the truth. That's how the world runs. And that's how these technologies grow and evolve and mature. We start worrying only when, after a time lag, we see that it is not just what I intended it to be. We intended it to be. It is something else also. So the biggest problem here is how we can evolve processes, frameworks, which help us during the development of the technologies itself to look beyond, which makes us think not just linearly about the problem I am solving, but also more systemically what exactly this technology has impact. In fact, Mr. Murthy really projected a very scary world. Even though I am a core technologist, I did not know the things are so scary. I felt very strange, in late 80s or early 90s, in IISc, we were the first people to use internet in India. We were the first to write emails, who had access. At that time, we always thought that internet or computers or mail is a means of communicating with my fellow scientists, fellow researchers. We never thought this is going to grow and become what today we are seeing. We could not foresee it. But at the same time, because we can't foresee its impact, we can't stop the technology from going into the society because it has its own benefits. Next question comes is, how many of us are trying to bring these ethical and legal dimensions while preparing the future workers? In fact, after this conference was announced, I was looking at our own curriculum at technological universities and all. Hardly anything. We ultimately just telling our students that you have to solve this problem. You have to solve this problem. Use this tool. You need to know this. But ultimately, we are not telling them that solve this problem responsibly. So now what is happening is, today we are here to solve the problem which was created probably 5 years or 10 years back without the foresight. Do we want to do this continually? Okay, 10 years down the line, again we will sit here and try to solve a problem which was created 5 or a decade earlier. Is it the only choice? Or do we try to create an ethical talent? There's a world that is emerging. You are creating legal talent, technological talent, engineers, medical talent. Where is ethical talent? Can we say, like engineers or lawyers, ethical talent is a separate group? Or it has to permeate across the discipline? If we are not able to address, if we don't create the ethical talent, because it is not just about the businesses, it is not just about the rules and laws, it is not just about the companies transforming, it is the people. We must start, each of us must start believing that whatever I am doing, I have a responsibility. Particularly when I'm dealing with technology, I have a responsibility. I believe it is today you have the thought leaders here. We must also discuss how we will create this ethical talent. One bane of education system in India is we live in silos. Law students live in law college, engineering student lives in engineering college, medical student. We have built our walls all around these disciplines. Unless these boundaries are broken, our next generation is not going to know the real world. You can't practice law without you knowing the technology, because most of the cases you are going to fight 20 years down in your career are going to be in virtual space, digital space. Most of the present or the past lawyers fought their cases for the physical world, but your generation, because the whole economy has shifted to the digital or virtual world. Okay, whole of our activities, identities have shifted out there. So the cases you are going to fight is going to be in a very different space. So if you don't have that technological familiarity, how it can happen? How an engineering student sitting in isolation, thinking only about his code, thinking only about the tool he is using, can create an ethical product, a legally bonded product? No. And believe me, whatever today is happening, it is because of the boundaries we have built. Why a law student cannot take 2 courses in engineering? Why a engineering student can't come here in this campus, do 3 or 4 courses of law? This is only the nation of out of very few nations. This system is being followed. So even as academicians, we need to look at the new world, new emerging world, and try to bring change in our results, on our campuses, in our approaches. We need to create more and more opportunities for our students. Because I always, from 40 years, I am seeing the students' generation. This generation is very powerful. I mean, they are multifaceted, they are multitaskers, they can walk across the boundaries. They don't need to study 5 subjects before to catch up the 6th. They are very fast. But we are holding them because of our own experience of 40s and 50s. That has to change. So that's how technology, ethical dimension, legal dimension will come together. And probably will stop sitting like this after 10 years and thinking about the past. How we'll correct it? What framework will bring? This has happened. So this is a very fundamental transformation we should be looking forward to. I'm happy that today we are all here to solve the present problem. Probably down 10 years, we'll sit here and try to foresee the future and prepare the present talent, okay, to stop those problems from arising and affecting our society. I wish that the next 1.5 days, all of you together will have a very fruitful discussions and come up with good solutions that can help the government, bodies, and the societies to implement. Thank you. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari to present a memento to the Vice Chancellor. Thank you, sir. As we come to the end of the inauguration and step into our deliberations and discussions, I take this opportunity to wish all the participants of the conference all the very best. I now invite Professor Dr. S.G. Gaudapnavar, Professor, KLE Law College, Bengaluru, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to everyone. Distinguished guests on the dais, it is my privilege to present out our thanks before this gathering. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your valuable participation in the inauguration of an international conference on ethical legal dimensions of advanced technology, a pathway to responsible innovations. We are grateful to our esteemed guest, Honorable Mr. Justice T.G. Shivashankar Gowda, Mr. Venkatesh Murthy, Professor Andrew Kho, Govind Mengzi, Professor Ashok Shettar, Professor Bhandari, Professor G. Mallikarjunaya, who shared their expertise knowledge, enlightened us on the ethical and legal aspects of advanced technology. Special thanks to our sponsor for generous support, without which this conference would not have been possible. We express our heartfelt thanks to the media persons. We appreciate the dedications of our organizing committee, volunteers, staff who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure seamless experience of all these attendees. Let us carry forward this insight which we will gain from this conference to contribute positively to the ethical legal dimensions of advanced technology. Thank you once again for your active involvement, and we look forward to seeing you in the future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I just have a small announcement. Tea is served in the 5th floor and the 4th floor, right outside the auditorium and in the 4th floor. And the first plenary session will start at 11:40.
this opportunity. Plenary session to this August gathering. Firstly, the chair of the first technical session, Professor Dr. M.K. Bandari. It is an honor to introduce Professor Dr. M.K. Bandari, chair of first technical session, one of the most senior professor of law in India with 45 years of experience in teaching, research, and management of 4 major universities in India. Sir is also a founder director of Galter and also a co-host of this mega event of this international conference. Now I request Vice Principal Dr. Anita MJ to hand over the memento to Dr. Bandari sir as a token of respect and gratitude. So please. It is also an honor to introduce the first speaker of the plenary session, Professor Dr. Anant Prabhu, to this August gathering. Professor Anant Prabhu is an author, TV host, cyber law and security expert, and also a motivational speaker. He serves as a professor and principal investigator at the Digital Forensics Computer Engineering at Sahyadri College of Engineering and Management, Bengaluru. Now I request Dr. Dinakar Gitte to hand over the memento to Dr. Anant Prabhu as a token of respect. It is all. It is also an honor to introduce second speaker of the first plenary session, Professor Dr. Andrew Ko, who is an active advocate, also an industry contributor in finance, governance, fintech, and blockchain sectors. Professor is an educator, senior lecturer of computer science, Singapore Management University, Singapore. Now I call upon our student Gaurav to hand over the memento to Dr. Andrew as a token of respect and gratitude. It is also an honor to welcome and introduce third speaker of the first plenary session, Mr. Govind Menji. He holds expertise in cloud virtualization, network, cybersecurity storage, backup, and design application architecture. Sir is a cybersecurity and technology manager, Deloitte, Abu Dhabi, UAE. I request Assistant Professor Rashmi to hand over the memento to Sir as a token of respect and gratitude. I once again cordially welcome all the dignitaries, and now I hand over the session to Professor Dr. Bandari. Bandari sir, over to you.
Thank you, Sarvila Madam. Now, without much rituals, let us start this first plenary. We are already late by about 30 minutes. We will try to recover whatever we can. And I will start with myself. I have been given 10 minutes. I will conclude within 5 minutes. And same, I will request all our learned panel speakers to kindly adhere to the time schedule so that we can have next plenary as near as possible within time frame. In the inaugural session, we have created a blueprint for the entire 2 days international conference. Our speakers and guests have highlighted the major concern and issues. Now, in this plenary session, we are going to discuss about the specific aspect about cyber security, about broadly, the 2 speakers will dwell upon the cyber security and you will dwell upon the multidimensional aspects of the technology. Friends, as we have already shared our concern about the uses and abuses or misuses of the technology, so it is right time that from the experts we understand what are the applications of the it is which, who your? Yeah. So, Mr. Nanji will speak about intellectual property rights and AI in India, some developments. So we will also touch AI and IPR and cyber security. So without taking much time, as we have experts with us, I first invite Professor Dr. Anant Prabhu to share his views. Professor Prabhu.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected Naviji, respected dignitaries of the dais, and everybody present here. So the other day, what happened is we were at a coffee shop, and there were 3 people seated there. And then one of them tells that I need to go to the restroom, so I'll be back in 5 minutes. And what this guy does is he keeps his iPhone over there and leaves. And the other 2 feel that, look at the trust that he's having in us. He's kept his iPhone there and he's gone. How many of you here with iPhones? Please raise your hands. iPhones? Oh, good. Okay. And do you have this AirPods as well with you? Okay, neat. So there is this mode in your iPhone which is called as listen mode. Okay. Now all you need to do is keep your phone there on listen mode, and then you can go to the restroom or wherever you want, and you will be able to listen very nicely what the other 2 people are talking about you behind your back. Yeah. So this is one thing that recently happened. And also for the ones during Deepavali, if you had got this gift of a mobile phone, be very careful, because we've been seeing so many complaints of lately at the police stations where people gift mobile phones with a preloaded app, and the name of that app is Moco Spy. Now, what does this app do? It not only records what you do and what you browse and what messages you send, it also has this feature. I remember our grandmothers, they telling us that in Kannada, Godegu Kivi there. Yeah, you know that? Yeah. So the same thing, Godegu Kivi there, because the walls have got ears, and this Moco Spy has got this particular feature called a surround recorder, which means if you just keep your phone there, whatever you guys are talking, the app would keep on listening. Nothing new, because those who use Siri and those who use OK Google know that when your phones are there, you just say OK Google, and look, the prompt is on, because my phone is listening to me 24/7. Now, when such cases come to you, you need to understand that India doesn't have one specific law as such to deal with the snooping. So here we'll have to mix and match, say Section 43 of the IT Act, Section 66, 66B, 66C, D, 72. So what basically happens is we need to know different acts altogether, so that whenever one complaint comes to us, we cannot rely upon one. Probably once the Digital India Act comes, maybe we would have something like that. But as of now, it's going to be a cocktail of different acts. The second thing which I want all of you to do when I'm talking here is open this website called as tosdr.org on your phones. I repeat, tosdr.org. Now, why did I ask you to open this website is, if it has opened on somebody's phone, please stand up, okay? tosdr.org. Yeah, please stand up. Yeah. Okay, now just open that. I'll just tell you something. So there was a small boy who was standing right next to the owner of one of the largest social media giants. And then this boy was telling that man, my dad was telling me that you are snooping on us. Is it true? And this guy says, he doesn't say anything, the owner of the social media guy. Then he says, my dad was telling me that whatever we do, you have a copy of it. Is it true? And this guy doesn't say anything. Third time when the boy tells, my dad was telling, so this guy says, as per our records, it doesn't look like he's your dad. Okay, scary. Now, how do they have these records? Now, I want you to understand that
Websites and apps are graded from A to E, A being very good and E being horrible. And you can just see what grade Facebook has got. I have nothing against Facebook. They've given me a blue tick as well, but just telling you, I don't know what grade it has. Now, my dear friend, please read out the third point on Facebook. What is the third point? What does it say, everyone? Service can read your private message. My goodness. Okay, the fourth point. I hope you have not browsed anything last night which will make you bend your head in shame. And the fifth point, deleted. This really, whenever I ask somebody, send me a picture and they send it and then delete it for everyone. Then I tell, why should only Mark have a copy of it? Let me also have. Deleted content is not really deleted. And there are a lot of people who tell me, Prabhu sir, I don't care because I'm not on Facebook. For them, the first point. What is the first point? Whether you have an account or not. Because whenever you buy a phone, it comes pre-installed with Facebook. So you understood, right? Now, please be seated. Thank you. Now, why did I ask you to read out this? Is because these people, what they do is, there is a financial crunch for everyone. Is there anybody here who tells me, sir, I'm very happy with the pocket money my parents give me? None of you, right? So everybody wants more. So what you do is you use this micro loan apps or any app for that matter. So whenever we use these apps, it tells us it wants your camera permission, your gallery permission, your storage permission. And most of us, in spite of giving camera permission to an app, we take our phones to the washrooms and we go inside. Many of us take our phones to the bedroom. What a dangerous thing to do, isn't it? So now, in this case, we are seeing a surge in micro loan apps related cases where you have given gallery permission to it. You have not paid it because they are loan sharks. They have charged exorbitantly. And if you are unable to pay, they morph your photos. And the best example recently we saw was of Rashmika Mandana, isn't it so? So you see a video of hers which is not hers. In fact, just before that, somebody had sent me a video of mine as well. And it was not an obscene video. Instead of that guy called Yash, who has acted in the movie KGF, instead of him, it was me in that video. And I was shocked. When did I act? Yeah. So this is called as a deep fakes. Already Justice Shiv Shankare Gowda sir as well as Venkatesh Murthy have spoken about it. Very easy. There is one simple app called as Reface, R-E-F-A-C-E. Now, if you have that apps on your phone and all you need is one high resolution photo of yours, put it there in any video that you like, and within 12 seconds, the video is ready. And show it to your dad or mom. Even they wouldn't be able to tell that it is not you. So real. So good. Now, the point is, does India have an act for deep fakes? We don't have anything related to that. Of course, we can use, as I said, cocktail of different acts. Now, coming to the next point. Many of you do carpooling, right? Carpooling. So the other day, what happened is one person sat in somebody's car. And when he sat in that car, the first thing that we do is connect our phones to that Android device that is there so that we can listen to our Spotify. So this is what the person did. And when you connect, you again do not read. You just go on pressing yes, yes, yes. So what happened is after he got down, this person was able to access his contacts, his messages, and his a little bit of his emails, because that was all synced. When you connect your device to the head unit, it gets synced. And basically, the first thing what this guy did is he checked what he has stored his boss's name as. And this guy had stored his boss's name as Rakshasa. Yeah, so this is what he had stored. And he goes to his boss and tells, look, sir, he has saved your name as Rakshasa. If you don't believe me, call a meeting and right away call him over there. And he was called to the meeting, and when the boss called him, it says Rakshasa calling. Yeah. So be careful whenever we connect. So I tell everybody, be very careful when you're sharing, because sometimes we end up sharing our data even without our consent or without knowingly we share it, because we failed to read it. So the TOSPR.org is one website which I ask everybody to please go through so that you actually know whether the apps that are there on your phones, you know what exactly they're doing with your data. Because Naviji always tells data is the new oil, and the new oil companies are not these Aramco and all those companies. The new oil companies are Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, and all these companies, because they're making billions and billions. And just for your reference, Google paid $15 billion to Apple just to remain as the default search engine on Safari browsers. So if you see your Safari browsers, the default search engine is Google. All right. And the next one, prompt engineering attacks. This is one amazing attack. So Murthy was telling that somebody has written info stealing codes using prompt engineering. The other day, somebody did one mock, what is that? Molotov's cocktail. Now, what is this? It's a petrol bomb. Okay. So he did it by searching on ChatGPT. Now, what people do is, if you write, I want to write one email to hack the credentials of somebody, it has to be a phishing mail. The ChatGPT is very intelligent. It will tell you, I cannot ask you to do something like this, something that is illegal. But if you change the prompt as, how would a email look like when somebody wants to steal my credentials? ChatGPT would give it to you. You understand? Because it thinks it is giving it to you for a good purpose. So do not enter anything of such prompts, because I want all of you to know two things. Number one, whatever you have put as prompts in ChatGPT, whatever you have searched, it remains in their servers forever. Okay. Number two, your social media also. Recently, US has amended the laws. What they're doing is, when you're applying for the US visa, they ask you for your social media handles, so that just by putting a social media handle over there, it knows what you are, what your psychological profile is. Don't believe me? If I ask my friend, who is your favorite heroine, Alia Bhatt or Deepika Padukone, he may not tell anything, but the social media knows what exactly he wants. You can visit this website called as Apply Magic Sauce. If you go to Apply Magic Sauce, it's research by the University of Cambridge, where you can just put the data from your Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and it knows what your psychological profile is. It would even know in the next 2024 elections whom you are going to vote. Yeah, so that level, what your parents don't know about you, this particular social media knows about you. So we need to understand that using prompt engineering, you as advocates, you will get a lot of complaints, a lot of cases, because we train these AI using something called as LLM, which is the large language models. And it depends upon what you train. You train good data, it behaves in a good way. You train bad data, of course, you know what is going to happen. And one more thing I want to tell all of you is, take your phone and just touch your phone and see if it is hot. Yeah, please, you're not using your phone and it's hot. This is one more type of an attack where your laptop starts getting hot. Yeah, I've already spoken for 10 minutes and somebody in the world has become a crorepati in this 10 minutes. You know how? Not crorepati, sorry, 2 crores he has got. So the easiest way to earn money, easiest way without doing anything, is just by keeping your laptop or desktop on and mining Bitcoins. Yeah, so Bitcoin mining is the easiest way. And currently, every 10 minutes, one block comes into existence. 144 blocks per day, which means one block for every 10 minutes. And the one who mines it gets 6.25 Bitcoins as a reward. So that means every 10 minutes, one guy gets 6.25. And it is not necessarily, it has to be just once. He may get it 3 or 4 times in a day. I don't know. So just imagine how much money is done. Now for mining, they need resources. But the ones who don't want to invest on the resources, he or she will hack your devices, hack your laptops, your phones, because your phones are so powerful, 8-core processors on your phone. And they will use your phones to mine it, and then they will get the money. You get nothing. You just get one hot phone in your pocket. Yeah. So remember, cryptojacking, this is called. So this is one area where a lot of cases are coming right now, where in the field of cryptocurrencies. And for the not informed ones who think that there is only one cryptocurrency, which is Bitcoin, you're wrong. There are about 25,000 cryptocurrencies. So mining happens everywhere. And about 12 or 13,000 cryptocurrencies that are active. All right. I just have 2 more minutes to go. Let me tell you one more important thing here. That is, we've spoken about deep fakes and yeah, connected cars. I've told metaverse. So the other day, what happened? There was some lady who goes to the police station and tells somebody has physically assaulted me, and the police still show me the marks. So no marks. Yeah. And where did he assault? No, he assaulted me in the virtual space. So the police got shocked. He said, go and give complaint in the virtual world only. No, why are you telling this? But it doesn't work that way, right? It has to happen here only. So we have to be very careful of not only our physical selves, but also of our avatars. So metaverse is one area where a lot of virtual stuffs keep happening, and we have to be very careful of our virtual avatars as well. And last, I think 2 minutes. Yeah. So the last point I want to tell all of you is right now, the world is working on electronics. So electronics is 0 and 1. You have a processor, 0 and 1. That's all, right? But very soon we are going to have 0, 1, and in between 0 and 1, which we call as quantum. So quantum computers have already come. And today I read a news which says that the RSA algorithm, which encrypts all your passwords, that has been broken by quantum computers. So you can just imagine what we have in future, especially for the ones who want to get into the field of cyber law. I'll tell you, you have a super awesome, rewarding future waiting ahead. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Dr. Anant Prabhu. After listening to Anant Prabhu and Mr. Murthy, the first thing which I am going to do is to destroy my mobile phone. So I'm not going to use my mobile phone anymore, jokingly. Of course, the threats are very real, what he has projected. I have some doubt. The way in which he has said that if mobile is getting heated or computer is getting heated, someone is mining cryptocurrency, maybe Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency. I don't think it is so easy to mine by using your computer. It's my understanding. I stand corrected. But I'm not going to discuss this here. I would discuss it with him during tea or lunch. I now invite Govind Nainji, who has come all the way from UAE, Abu Dhabi, to share his perspective of AI and IPR.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much, Dr. M.K. for inviting me. He's the one who approached me over the LinkedIn through our reference and invited me to be here as a speaker and share my thoughts on AI and cybersecurity. I hope my voice is audible. So, and thank you so much for the KLE Technology College for having me here. It's my pleasure to be here and share my thoughts on cybersecurity. So since morning, we all are hearing about AI, blockchain, cloud, quantum physics, XYZ, right? I'm sure students over there are overwhelmed. Maybe it's good that we had a quick break, right? Else these guys would have been slept. I'm sure now these guys are starving as well, because I can see from their face, because I was sitting at the other side some years before, so I can understand. So when I came to know, when I was invited here, I asked Dr. Murthy, what's the audience exactly, right? Because based on the audience, we need to get the topic. So he said there's a mix. There are some professors who are technically sound. There are some students, mostly it's a student, 80% student, who are non-technical, but it's a law college. They understand some of the technical stuff. So I thought, let me do something rather than boiling the ocean, do something, a quick wins, where some of you guys can understand and how you can apply a cybersecurity in your day-to-day life. So what I've done here is just segregated between one for non-technical members and one for super technical people. So let's start with the non-technical. So why cybersecurity? You can ask, why cybersecurity, right? This is the first question everyone asks me. And who's responsible for this? As mentioned by Dr. Ashok, I really admire his vision, what he said. It's individual responsibility. People think it's not just the organization responsibility. It's a bank responsibility to save my money. No, it's not the other way. It's a college responsibility to save my data. No, it's not that. It's the responsibility lies in each and individual person. Everyone is equally responsible. And what we are trying to achieve here is that how you and who are non-technical can secure your data, secure your banking applications, secure your PII data within yourself, right? Rather than depending on someone else, right? This is to ensure any Tom, Dick, and Harry can't hack you, right? There are multiple big hackers in the dark market, but they don't have a time to hack my server or your mobile, right? So, but what we want to ensure that any Tom, Dick, and Harry roaming here can hack your data or hack your mobile or hack your laptop or hack anything, right? That's very much important. So how do you ensure to have this security in place? That's the key point. So when I was traveling from airport to hotel, Venkat is here. He was asking me a couple of questions. Then I thought, okay, this is the top of the town, and this is what the people are looking for. So he asked me the first question: how do you ensure that I'm secure when I'm using the Wi-Fi? I said the first point. I gave him a real-time example. What happened? There was one hacker. I don't want to use the name, and I don't want to use the country where this happened. He used the Wi-Fi dongle, and he was roaming around in the mall, and it was an open public network, and all the people roaming around the mall had access to that Wi-Fi, and he was able to hack everyone's data. So this is Tom, Dick, and Harry. So I don't want people to be hacked by any Tom, Dick, and Harry. So it's very important whenever you're using a public Wi-Fi at the public place, ensure it's secure. Ensure you're using the right Wi-Fi connected to the right device. This is the first thing. The second thing what I was discussing is most of the things people, we usually share the hotspot. So some people come to you and ask, can you please share the hotspot? We casually give them a hotspot. It's such a real pain. I can tell you in a fraction of, I think 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes now, we can hack your entire data. We have done a real-time simulation exercise because I come from Deloitte, I've been in the Middle East, we work on multiple industries. So within a span of 3 minutes, we can hack your entire data if you share your hotspot. Now comes the third question, what he asked me was regarding the VPN connection. Most of us use the VPN connection to browse some of the website. So ask me, can I use any of the VPN? No. You can't use any of the applications which is just available for free. You need to be very careful when you're downloading any of your applications because it's very important to you to know what application you're downloading, whether it may be a gaming application, whether it may be a social media, or whether it may be a VPN, right? There are multiple VPNs available provided by Cisco, Veritas, Aviatrix. There are multiple vendors who are professional, though they are free. It's not chargeable, but you need to ensure there's the right vendor whom you have downloaded the software or the application. This is the first thing. So how you guys can secure, I hope you got in a nutshell, bits and pieces, what are the key measures you can take. And the most important thing what I want to share, the real-time use cases, what happened back my cousin sister stays in California. Her social media account was hacked and she was quite depressed. She was not sharing this to anyone. There was some malicious content regarding her was published on the social media, which we were not aware. And she was not ready to share it. And she was literally into the depression. Why I'm sharing this today is I want everyone who is sitting in this, if you face any social media hack, any problem, maybe it's bad about you, maybe it's good about you, you have full rights to go to the cyber cell of Bangalore, wherever you're placed in. I want people to be aware and bring this up rather than hiding this up and rather than going in depression, because this was the real scenario what happened with my sister. And I don't want this to happen with any of us. And that's the reason I'm sharing with you guys. So ensure if you have any issue, go to the cyber cell, raise the complaint, and ensure this does not happen to anyone else. And these are, in a nutshell, how can you secure your mobile, your laptop, and all. And this, you need to share this information as well as with your parents, right? If you ask my mom, even though I come from cybersecurity, she might be not knowing this. So it's your job and your responsibility to ensure you pass this message who they are not aware of, right? It's not a matter of money. It's a matter of life. It's a matter of some personal touch, right? That's very important, and ensure you pass this message across, the people whom you meet, who you understand they're non-technical, and you need to pass this message. So now moving back to the next thing, the next topic, which I was talking about, the technical stuff. So what technical now, if you speak in cybersecurity realm, right? I personally believe it's no one is GOAT in cybersecurity. Every day there is a new threat. Every day is a new threat. You may not be, we are sitting here and talking, there may be new malwares which people have identified, right? So what the key is to be upgraded. We need to be top of that, right? The other side, the team A and the team B both have their own technology, both have the AI technology. Now hackers are not doing a manual hacking. They are using bots, they are using ChatGPT, they are using multiple other tools to hack you. So what we need to take as a measure as a technology or an organization to upgrade our infrastructure, to upgrade our cloud, to upgrade wherever our hosting application is. So there is a concept what we usually say as a 360-degree security. 360-degree security starts from, first thing is definitely the physical security. When I say physical security, I don't want to overwhelm with most of the technical stuff, cloud and all, on-premise and all. When we say 360-degree security, what we need to take under the consideration is people, process, and technology. These three aspects needs to be taken care for any of the organization when you want to be secure. And I'm saying none of the organization write on the paper and say I'm 100% secure. Even Microsoft was hacked. Big companies, I don't want to take the names, they were hacked. Right? There will be multiple challenges, multiple threats, multiple malware which they identified, which they could not upgrade it or they could not identify that bug at the right time. That's the catch. So when we say 360-degree security assessment covering people, process, and technology, the first thing we have mentioned is people. The reason why people is at the end, the people who can secure themselves, right? So how well the people are educated, how well the people are aware, how well the people are trained about these issues, right? This is the first aspect. The second aspect is regarding the process. When we say process, the first step is the policies and the procedures, the frameworks, the regulatory requirement, what has been defined, how well your policies are defined, what level of encryption key you are applying, how frequently do you audit, how frequently you conduct the penetration testing, vulnerability testing, what are the process you are following. This is what is the process which is important. Then at the end, when we say technology, the technology is never ending. Maybe there are many clients of mine who are currently still using the legacy technology, old firewall, which doesn't exist. So we need to ensure as an organization, maybe it's a school or a banking or in healthcare, we upgrade our technology as per the evolving. There are next generation AI-based security solution everywhere. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about CSPM, CWPP, CASP, next generation firewalls, which needs to be implemented to ensure that you don't get hacked by Tom, Dick, and Harry. This is very important. So as from the technical aspect, to ensure the 360-degree assessment is done, it's very important to conduct the internal ethical testing or internal hacking, what we call, or internal pen testing. It's very critical to conduct. There was a client who says that I have never been hacked. Why I need to conduct and why I need to pay $500,000 to you just to conduct this. So it was one of the company which is in it's a $1 trillion company. I can't take the name. And they were like, why I need to do this? Then immediately they identified there was one of the malicious who was their employee who was passing some of the confidential data. So it's very important to ensure all the security controls are implemented in the right form. That's it from my side. I won't take much of your time. Thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, Govind, for briefly raising the alarm of possible cybersecurity breaches and the precautions we need to take. There's no need to get horrified, but certainly there is a need to get properly educated, cautious, where, how, when to use. And one thing is there that globally, the companies are spending very heavily on cybersecurity infrastructure and architecture. Today, with the advancement of new technology, cybersecurity has emerged as the biggest issue, and companies are worried about it. So definitely, the newer systems are coming in place, but still whatever is there in the cybersecurity space is not sufficient. And that is why we need some globally acceptable, I use globally acceptable ethical norms, which every company should ensure, and which the government, international organizations, United Nations, because if NASA can be hacked, our defense site can be hacked, PMO can be hacked, what else remains? So this is the biggest challenge for all of us. Thank you for raising this alarm and educating us. Now I request Professor Andrew Ko, who has come all the way from Singapore to participate in this conference, and he will now educate us about the fintech. Fintech is one major conglomeration of technologies where India is taking lead. We are number one in UPI payment. Digital payment system, India is number one. So how this fintech can further be emboldened, keeping the cybersecurity concern in place, and what are the opportunities and challenges? Over to you.
Thank you everyone for the opportunity for me to share about fintech. Now, I just came back from the Singapore FinTech Festival. They just ended a few days ago, and the role of fintech has evolved a lot over the past, I can say, 10 years, right? And what has happened is, at least from a Singapore perspective, fintech is going to be a sector as part of the economic sector that will help, as part of the Singapore GDP in the future. So this is one phenomenon that fintech role has grown so much more. It always starts with payments, digital payments, and so on. And over the years, my involvement with fintech, I've been sitting on advisors for many fintech companies in health tech, in digital banking, in wallets, obviously e-wallets, virtual cities, augmented realities. I know it's a lot of things to talk about. But the powerful thing about fintech is that it's small, right? Fintech is usually a startup. It's a very young company, but it's very focused. And with a good funding source, it can play a very competitive role within the sector that is operating, and within the influence that it will influence the particular industry. I give you an example. A good friend of mine, I graduated from New York University, Stern School of Business, and a schoolmate of mine from the same program. I'm just going to share. I won't mention his name and so on. He wasn't into fintech. So he approached me via LinkedIn because he's stationed in the US, and he asked me about, what's my role in fintech. So I shared with him some of the things that I've done and so on. And now today I can tell you he is an industry contributor. So you can see him. He's in the US Congress and so on, talking about his particular kind of the business in fintech, right? So that is basically how much influence fintech companies can have, especially on technologies that is very new. Another new technology I can think of, apart from blockchain, is quantum technology, right? I just had a slide from MIT because a little bit of my story is that I've also helped Harvard University set up their accelerator program for all Harvard graduates who want to do their startup via the accelerator program, right? And also for MIT as well. So the two universities will often share and invite me for their alumni conferences and so on, and also on the webinars. And I just saw one webinar on quantum technology, and the truth is I don't know what they're talking about, right? Because it's very engineering focused. For those with engineering background, you will like this, and it's so new that I don't, people are just touching the surface. Okay, it can override a lot of security measures. This is what we know at the top level, right? Because it's a higher level of technology. It can override all your cybersecurity controls and softwares, all of it, right? So which is why it becomes a very important topic, right? So for fintech companies that involve in quantum technologies, it's going to be an extremely influential, extremely powerful voice in that particular space, whether you want to talk about security, whether you want to talk about solutions. And to give you another example, Switzerland, right, has set up a privately funded university, research university, that's just focused on quantum technology. So the whole university, they just focus on quantum, research on quantum, nothing else, not on blockchain, not on computer science, just on quantum technology. And it is going to be something that, is going to be something very powerful. Because if you look around quantum technologies, you can count within 10 fingers who are the providers of quantum technologies and who has implemented. Actually, I can count within 5 fingers. It is that new, right? In terms of the application, in terms of the users, in terms of what role can it play, right? So if I add AI to quantum, which means teaching a computer, a software to machine learn quantum technology, so you can see how powerful it can be. Because you see, for machine learning, if it's part of artificial intelligence, it doesn't sleep. Right? It continues to learn, continues to claw information from website, from media, and it doesn't sleep. It doesn't need to sleep like us. It doesn't need to do anything. It doesn't go on holidays. So you continue to learn, and it will become a very, very powerful tool. Whether it's you want to call it a weapon, whether you want to call it an application, a solution, whatever you want to call it, everybody will be interested in quantum technology, especially from fintech firms that are operating this technology out of it. So this is one example of how powerful a fintech company can be. Now, another project that I've actually overseen, but it never commercialized into the commercial world, is what if I use quantum technology with blockchain and AI and virtual city. It never came out into the open. The founders decided to keep it, right? Because he and his other business partners, they have a few companies, they want to keep it within this realm of theirs. But it's so powerful. I mean, I tested the beta version of it. They asked me to come in to help them to overlook some of the regulatory requirements to apply for a banking license, which they eventually got it, right? And it's so powerful. I have not even seen it myself. I mean, in the commercial world, right? It's so good. It's a combination of the best technology you can find in the world. I'm not talking about one specific country. I'm talking about they have gathered at least 5 countries developers for their software application just for digital. They call it digital blockchain, AI, quantum. I have not seen it before. Right. So that is something amazing, right? So if somebody can adapt it and use it in, it's going to be so much impact. And these are not things that are out in the market yet. So, but I'm aware of it. And the last part is, satellites, right? We know about satellites, right? So now in the US, I just came back last month, is that US now, they have this trend about, individuals and corporations, they want to own their own satellites. Not the big ones that we see for telecom providers, but the small ones. Because they want to own, they call it satellite internet phone, satellite laptop. So they want to own their own satellites, private satellites. And if you done some research, right? Currently in outer space, there's less than 4,000 satellites orbiting around the Earth, right? So, and out of which 22% are owned by SpaceX. right? So there's a lot of room. There's no, I mean, if you talk about regulation, there's hardly any regulation about satellites. How many satellites can you put up into space, right? So there's this trend now in the US, people want to own their own satellite phones. So that is done all by fintech companies. People who launch a small package of satellites in the US. By the way, there are only designated launch pads in the US, and it's all fully booked. So you have to find, maybe India can start one. Whoever has listened to me, they will say, oh, why not? I can start one too, right? It's big business. Everyone wants to own their own satellite phone, at least for a start, right? Who wants to go past a provider and pay fees? That I can call it my own. I can name it my own, right? So the hardware is available. It's just putting it out into space and managing your own business. So everybody is doing it, all right? So with that, I think I can conclude in the sense that fintechs are very powerful tool if you know how to use it, if you're on the right technology, if you're in the right market, and most importantly, you are able to raise funds to attract investors to scale up your solution, so that you can start basically selling your services. And even at some point, you can already see a lot of banks and even tech companies are acquiring fintechs, specialized fintechs companies that have solutions of their own. Google is doing it, Citibank is doing it, and so on. So with that, I'll leave that to the next discussion. Thank you so much.
You? Am I audible? Otherwise?
Thank you, Professor Andrew, for brief presentation about role of fintech and the future promises this industry, this technology offers. Now, before I make my concluding remarks, thanks to all the three learned speakers of this plenary who have within time frame helped and supported me in maintaining the timeline. And before we conclude this session, we have 5-7 minutes at our disposal to take few questions or even observations on what these three learned speakers have said. Please raise your hand if anybody wants to ask any question, to whom you want to address the question, and be specific. Quickly, we can have 2 to 3 questions. So the floor is open for discussion for next 5-7 minutes. There are no questions, only in 2 circumstances. Either you have understood everything and nothing, no curiosity remains, or you have understood nothing, so what to ask? But I don't think that either situation is there. There should be some curiosity to know about what they have said. So we have, the questions can be raised by even our resource persons also, speakers also. I think, Professor Mallikarjun, you want to ask? You have a first right to ask. Please. Can you bring mic? Yeah, next also. Quickly raise your hands, otherwise I will not be able to accommodate due to limitation of time.
Thank you so much, all resource persons. This question is to Ms. Anand Prabhu, since Anand Prabhu comes from education background, especially in engineering. We have been talking about what technology to develop, what is good technology, and how do we infuse ethics in technology. For me, there are 2 ways of looking at it. Technology you will all produce, and the users should be careful in making best use of the technology, and users should not misuse it, is one way of addressing the issue. That is not possible, is what we have seen already. Are you also looking at technology to be ethically based, in the sense, can we make some attempt at the stage of development of technology itself, systems or software development itself? Would that serve the purpose of making technology, the good technology, complete?
Thank you, Professor, for asking a question for which I have no answer.
I like to take the
So just to tell you, sir, regarding ethics, because when we talk about morals and ethics, we do not have something which says this is how it has to be, because it changes from perspectives, from places to countries to different organizations. Just to give you a simple example, sir, when it comes to WhatsApp, now WhatsApp, they have come with one feature called as end-to-end encryption. When somebody calls, it becomes difficult for anybody else to actually know what they are actually talking. Okay. Now, this is a good thing, basically, but some people are using it against the nation, against the moral values, and so it becomes difficult for somebody to actually figure out what exactly is going on, because we don't want to understand that something has happened even before knowing that it would happen, right? So coming to that, anything in this digital world is a double-edged sword. And no matter how well you come across and you put it across, there is always a backdoor which somebody would use it against somebody or against the entire community as such. So we have to be very careful. But to streamline this, I feel if the laws are in place and the laws define very clearly what you can do and what you cannot do, I think we can definitely regulate it rather than control it. I think
in fact, the question is quite interesting, and I just want to address how this actually works. You were more focused on the application level or a framework level or a regulatory level. It does not limit here. This is just a one layer, what you talk about, a one thick hairline. As I was mentioning, because there was less time, I could not explain you more detail what I mean by 360 degree. I just give you a high level overview. When you say that application level is just, as I said, it's a one hairline, there's multiple things. The first thing is infrastructure security and the information security, right? There are two things. So within infrastructure security, there are multiple elements, starting from your landing zone, starting from your segregation of your network, starting from where you're hosting your application, starting from what you're using, whether you're using the virtualization layer or you're using the microservices like Kubernetes. So it depends on your underlying infrastructure, then depends on your virtualization layer infrastructure, then it depends on your application. Then within application, there is something called DevSecOps. So initially, traditionally, people were just developing based on traditional waterfall model and all. Now there is something called Agile. This is just a methodology. But now the market is completely evolved. People are telling something called DevSecOps. The security is from the day one, starting from writing the one code. At the end, if you see, all this infrastructure, all this security is to protect your application, is to protect your data, right? So it starts from the day one and it ends, it's an ongoing. And at the top, I just want to close this by the one-line answer, is that the monitoring. Because monitoring is something very important. Specifically, we called it as SOC. I don't know how much of you have heard about SOC. We call it Security Operations Center, where you 24/7 monitor all your services, all your packets which passing to your internet, maybe inbound or outbound, whatever it is. So these are the multiple measures where you can take under the consideration. But again, nevertheless, even if you have all the security controls of the world, no one can assure you that you're 100% secure. As I said, the threats are evolving. There may be new threats today, which I'm not aware of. Thank you. I hope you got the answer.
I'll supplement it and with the two concrete examples. The technology can be stopped at the application level, and it has been stopped. The best example is human cloning. All the world community has agreed that we can go for animal cloning. The scientific community has the ability to make human cloning, but no, human cloning is not permissible across the world. And the global community has agreed, looking to disastrous consequences. So that is an ethical aspect. There is no law, but by ethical declaration, they have stopped human cloning. Human cloning is a very advanced technology in genetics and biotechnology. Second is how legally we can control, because legal parameters differ from country to country. In many countries, free sex determination is permissible.
The moment a lady goes to hospital, and they can declare that you are carrying a male or female, and that's permissible, like Australia, Canada, maybe more. But in India, looking to Indian psyche and Indian socio-cultural background, the sex determination is not permissible. We tried to control it ethically, but could not. Now we have a law, PCPD and T Act. Please correct me, I don't. So now sex determination is a punishable offense. So by law, we have checked this technology. Technology is there. They can do it. Sonography, they can do it, but they can't do it. And if they do it, there are heavy punishment. So similarly, why not the world community agree, the top companies together and the policy makers, why don't they sit and agree that we will not develop a technology like dark web, which is potential of hacking the computer system or whatever examples, why not they agree? Again, the answer is monetary considerations, political considerations. COVID virus is the biggest example. Less said is better. From where it came, how it came. Chemical and bacteriological weapons are the best example. Use of the flouting of warfare, Geneva Conventions on Warfare, whether it is Ukraine or Israel, Hamas. All these things, the laws are there. Global laws are there. Geneva Conventions on Warfare are there, but they are flouted. Chemical and bacteriological weapons laws are there, but they are flouted. So that is again a political issue. But I think in technology domain, all the top companies, the pioneering companies who provide the technology solutions, they must agree. This is my viewpoint, that we will not encourage or promote any kind of technology which can put a threat or counter threat to the welfare of the technology. And they should do it. From this podium, I'm giving a call that is a time that you sit together. Otherwise, the humanity will have to think how much of the technology we need to adopt. We have to give a pause. Because the darker side of the technology is killing us, killing our privacy, killing our human rights, killing environment. Now, Bitcoin mining is a big threat to the environment. The quantum of electricity generated in mining one Bitcoin, because round the clock the mining process goes, a small country can have 1 day of electricity. So these are the issues. Now the time has come. Thank you very much. Next, yeah, please. So you have provoked me to say all these things. Thank you.
I am Mahantesh. These questions to Anant Prabhu, sir. So you have discussed so many issues, sir. Whether recently we have passed the digital data protection in India, whether we will get the solution from that act or we need separate legislation for these issues, sir.
Excellent question, sir. They've been given 1 year time frame for incorporating the whatever they have told, and this I think is one of the very different acts, because I am not seeing jail term there. Imprisonment is not there, but the total quantum of penalty has gone up to 250 crores. That shows how much of importance the government has given for this particular act. One thing I feel sad about is, see, 2019 it was tabled in the Rajya Sabha and it was going on and off, and finally it has come to force. Definitely it's a wonderful act. No doubt about it, but it should have come much earlier, because the damage has already been done in our country where so much of data breach has happened at different instances. But having said that, we still need better acts. So I think for that, the answer would be the Digital India Act. Gone through the draft copy in some way or the other, but not the actual one. But if it can encompass your metaverse, your blockchain, and all the new generation technologies, I think we would be on par with the rest of the developed nations in the world.
I'll just add a footnote to it, because that is the area where we are working. This is a very recent law, nascent law. It's too early to assess its efficacy. Let it be operative for 2-3 years. Let companies put the system in their operation, create necessary infrastructure and appoint necessary data protection officers and all these things. And let us see how it is executed. See, making law is one part. Implementing law is another part. So I think it is too early to conclude, but certainly a welcome step. Certainly a welcome step. Yes, please. I wish some students should come forward. Yeah, I'm seeing.
Good afternoon, one and all. First of all, I would like to congratulate organizers for organizing such a beautiful event and so much knowledge we are trying to, digest that. Having said that, congratulations to Dr. J. Mallikarjunaya sir and Galto for organizing this event. Now my question, sir, I come to question. Now my question is, who will build the camp? For example, we have seen in recent years, elections are being influenced and trends have been seen that elections are being influenced not only in our country, but across the globe. And probably the way I'm asking a question, through one of our mobile, the government may be knowing what is happening in this particular hall. So my question is that even though we are speaking about regulations, rules or acts, how we can, secure this threat of privacy with government?
Privacy.
Anybody?
See, anybody wants to say? See, when we have the agencies like NIA, ISIS, ISI, or US spying agency, spying is a professional, accepted governmental activity. The object is the security and safety of the nation, that is always there. But spying is done by government at every stage. Now, how much of spying they should do and what is the object of that, that is a debatable issue. But it is an accepted norm. All country, Mossad, the Hamas attack on Israel was a failure of the spying agency, Mossad, the intelligence agency, what you call. We also have raw resistance analysis wing. So all these governments, they do it. Similarly, the government use ethical hacking to detect criminals' activities and many other issues. So I think that is an accepted norm, and it is a debatable that how long it should, how much and to what extent it is permissible, it is good or not. That is a debatable issue. Could I answer you? Thank you. And you said it's a very beautiful event. I wonder whether it is a beautiful, because we are discussing ugly side of the technology. But still, if you say it is beautiful, on lighter side, don't take it so seriously. It's really beautiful. Yeah.
I think in the future we will have a robot as a prime minister.
One robot in I think Saudi Arabia wanted to contest the election. In Saudi Arabia or so which country? No, there is one robot. She wanted to contest election for local municipal body. She is a robot. I'm forgetting her name and the country.
Is it? I mean, the robot is a better or human being is a better?
See, this is again, to my mind, is not a relevant debate. Technology will, my understanding, and I stand corrected, technology will never replace the human beings. Who are creating technology? Who has created AI? Who has created metaverse? People have created, scientists have created, technocrats have created. They will always remain in the forefront. Yes, they have allotted some task to the machine. And machine collects certain data, operates under certain framework, which has already pre-designed. But finally, it is the human being. Whenever the human being thinks that this machine is overpowering, you have seen the film Robot. He kills the robot when the robot starts loving her friend, because the robot have some emotions infused. So human beings will destroy all the technology if technology start dominating human being. So it is finally the human being that will, this is my understanding. And yeah, so this argument that who will win over whom, no, it is a human being that would survive, because they are the creator of the technology. Yes, one student, yeah, please. Now there are two only, that's all, because it is, we are nearing time. And I will not give now any, yeah, please. Yes, to be for some other important meeting. So thank you. Yeah. So 2 questions, please. Yeah. Like, yeah, please. Sir. You have mic? Yeah.
Sir, the users are to be ethical or the developers are to be ethical, sir?
Both. Both.
In what way, sir?
Both. Everybody should be ethical, not user, developer. We all should be ethical in our life. Ethics should be the way of life. Why you shift burden to one another?
Correct in that aspect, sir. As Govind sir told, he mentioned some trillionaire company where they has to pay $500,000 for the security, where an employee was leaking the data, sir. Is it that due to the leakage of data by the employee will cause unethical in the developer's way?
So here, I think he can answer correctly.
As you well said, it's definitely everyone needs to be ethical. That's the one-line answer, what I believe. And that's how what it should be. If there are some people who are unethical, definitely they need to be sued, right? That's the thing.
So there you can say in this case, the employer was negligent, could not timely detect that their own employee is leaking the data. So somewhere some fault was also with the employer. And the employee took advantage of that. So, yes.
Sorry, I just add one more. Every year I have to take an ethical exam to keep my, because I was formerly an internal auditor and also the former board governor. So every year I have to take an ethical exam and pass it and submit it to the board to retain my certification. So if it helps to be ethical, yeah.
Now, one more question, please. Now, if the students are late kar diya.
As a law student, how can I play major role in cyber law field?
As a law student?
How can I play major role in cyber law field?
What kind of role? First of all, you understand, read the cyber law, understand.
And another question is, do you have a plan in case of cyber incident to cover data or damages?
We have a plan.
Have you ever any plan in case of cyber law incident to recover data and damages? How can I recover?
Okay, let me take this. So as a law student, what I believe is it's not necessary that you need to dig down in a deep, make a full ocean. You need to understand the basic stuff of security controls, right? What are the basic stuffs? And as you said, the question, what I understand, if I'm not mistaken, you're asking about how I can recover my data. There is something called what we use as a resiliency, right? When we say resiliency, when there is a data in, I don't know how can I simplify and explain you, in your data center, which is called as a primary site, there is one more data center which we call as a disaster recovery sites. So any data which is dumped in the primary site, it's being replicated to the DR site. And that's where we call it as a backup. For an example, if your data center, primary data center has been hacked, and just to let you know, these two networks, these two data centers are in a different network, different subnets. I hope some of you got it what I'm trying to say. So totally different network, right? Segregation is done at the IP level and the network level. So if this is down and this is corrupt, you still have a data backup, which is at the alternate site where you can recover your data.
So if you really want to make your career in cybersecurity area as a lawyer, you can understand, read, and do some certification courses. They are available for in India and abroad also. And later on, you can have your, with some friends or some colleagues, you can have a firm which can guide, advise, and set the system for cybersecurity, where you can have a technology expert, law expert, you as a law expert. It's a very promising career in time to come. Indeed. Like IPR is a very promising area. Similarly, this cybersecurity is a very promising area, and the companies would need it. Because as the technology is growing rapidly, the cybersecurity system has to be very strong and robust. Last question, please, and then...
Sorry, I just want to add about cyber incident. So to make your career even more lucrative, right? I'm coming from Singapore. The Singapore Central Bank requires all financial institutions to do incident reporting and recovery and investigation of any data breach arising within 3 hours where they discover the incident. So it's passed as a regulation, right? So all financial institutions, banks, insurance companies, asset management companies and so on have to comply to this central bank regulation in Singapore. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we will close the question answer session because we are ready for lunch and we will reassemble for next plenary session. It will continue. You can ask question during lunch hours or even in the next session. Good that you are now ignited to participate. So now I conclude it. Thanks to all the three learned panelists of this plenary session. We had very interesting presentations as well as very interesting and thought-provoking discussions also. So we'll meet for next plenary session. Thank you very much. Now go and let us enjoy the delicious lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Bandari said. I profusely thank all the panel members. We had an intellectual feast. Thank you so much. Audience, lunch is served at the basement. Now we are concluding the first plenary session. We will resume back to the second plenary session sharp at 1:45 in the same auditorium. Please have lunch and resume back. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chair for the plenary session 2, Mr. Na Vijay Shankar sir. The resource persons for the plenary session 2, Professor Dr. KVS Hari sir, Dr. M.N. Bimesh sir, Mr. M.G. Kondararaman, the dignitaries of the dais and the students and the press members. I welcome you to the plenary session 2 of this international conference on ethico-legal dimensions of advanced technologies, a pathway to responsible innovation, organized under the umbrella of KLE Society's Law Academy, Belgavi, KLE Technological University, KLE Law College, Bengaluru, in association with the Global Academy of Law Tech Education and Research, Galter. I am glad to introduce today's guests for the session. First, the chair for this plenary session 2, Mr. Na Vijay Shankar sir. He is data protection and data governance consultant and certified independent director. He is the pioneer in the field of cyber law in India. He is the founder of Navi.org, established in 1998, Cyber Law College, established in 2000, Cyber Evidence Archival Center, established in 2004, and FDPPI, established in the year 2018. He has been working on privacy, data protection, and neuro rights consultancy in India. He is qualified independent director certified by IICA, that is Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. With this brief introduction of Mr. Na Vijay Shankar sir, I present him to this august gathering. I request Mr. Anirudh, Assistant Professor of Law, to present a sapling to sir. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have amongst us Professor Dr. KVS Hari sir. KVS Hari sir is PhD from San Diego in 1990. He has been with the Department of ECE, Indian Institute of Science, since 1992, where he is currently a professor and coordinates the activities of Statistical Signal Processing Laboratory. He has been a visiting faculty at Stanford University and KT at Stockholm. His research interests include statistical signal processing, sparse signal processing, array signal processing, machine learning with applications to MIMO wireless communication systems, radar and navigation systems, autonomous systems, assistive technologies for the elderly, MRI systems, and neuroscience. With this very short introduction of Professor Dr. KVS Hari sir, I present him before this august gathering. I request Mr. Madhusir sir to present a sapling to Professor Dr. KVS Hari sir. Thank you very much, sir. Next resource person we have amongst us is Dr. M.N. Bimesh, sir. Dr. M.N. Bimesh, sir, is LLM in International Law and PhD in Media Law from University of Mysore. He holds 30 years of teaching experience in law. He is a senior advisor to ALMT Legal, involved in practice with special emphasis on patents, trademarks, copyrights, industrial designs, and GIs. Legal due diligence, incorporation of companies, joint ventures, and mergers and acquisition agreements. He is presently the honorary director at NIALS. He is IP advisor for JSS Science and Technology University, Mysore, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysore, and National Institute of Engineering, Mysore. With this brief introduction, I present Dr. M.N. Bimesh sir to this august gathering. I request Madam Siddhi Suman, Assistant Professor of Law, to present sapling to sir. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Vijay Shankar sir to take over the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, particularly the August speakers who are on the dais. Mr. Kodan Raman is on the way. He's held up in some traffic and he's likely to join us in a few minutes. Now, during this session, I actually wanted all these experts to be drawn into a discussion. Jagalave Melo. Okay. Okay. Anyway, discussion is what is that we are looking at. Okay. And I wanted to bring in this theme of this particular program, which is the technologies on the one side and the various legal issues which come on the other side, which include IPR, which include human rights, and then try to see how these advanced technologies are changing the ethico-legal dimensions so that all of us can understand what are the issues involved when technology advances, maybe faster than our ability to respond. Right now, of course, I will hand over the mic to the speakers to make their initial presentations. But before that, I just wanted to make a mention that as law students, you all know that a society starts with establishing ethics, and over a period of time, the ethics become codified into a law. Now, in this cycle, the law after some time becomes deficient to meet the needs of the society, like what we are seeing now when the technology advances. So even though you have a statutory law, you will still need to look at ethics in some way. Our Indian law recognizes a concept called due diligence, and due diligence is nothing but a kind of best practice which is good for the society. So I try to say that from ethics we moved into law. From law, we are again looking at ethics in the form of due diligence. So it is a cycle in which the development of law keeps on spiraling into better and better situations. So in that context, in 2000, Information Technology Act came in India, and that was the first time when legal recognition was given to electronic documents. Therefore, we can say that the first interaction between law and technology in terms of what is acceptable under law may be identified with ITA 2000. Maybe prior to ITA 2000, worldwide, if you look at the development of cyber law, domain name law was something which people had recognized earlier. In fact, if you look at textbooks of that time and say cyber laws, the cyber law they were discussing was mostly domain name related law, because domain name was a new concept which came along with the internet. So if you look at internet as a technology, the first challenge which internet provided is how to recognize this domain name as a property which all of us know in the physical world. Is it something which we can own? Is it something which can I buy? Is it something which I can transfer? These are all the issues which came into discussion around the year 2000. That was the time when also the jurisdiction issues came into discussion. When you say there is a website and you are visiting the website, if you want to apply jurisdictional principles in the absence of a contractual agreement, let us say, does it mean that you as a visitor is doing a virtual travel and going to the server where the website is hosted, or through TCP IP mechanism, you make a request and the server is sending the file which you open in your computer. So are you visiting the computer here in India, or are you going somewhere where the website is hosted? Determined how the jurisdiction needs to be applied. So various courts took various decisions at different points of time. Ultimately, they came to a conclusion that if there is a netizen who has been receiving services at a particular place, then jurisdiction happens at that particular place. So this was one of the early, you can say, techno-legal conflicts which we saw. These were actually simpler things compared to what is happening now. And at that time itself, say when internet and websites started doing e-commerce, there was a need to build trust in the whole system. And therefore, Indian law, ITA 2000, gave emphasis on how to build trust in electronic communications. They decided that we'll call something as digital signature and provide that as a trust. Digital signature system can give some kind of an identity to a person exchanging communication. It can also give identity to the website. So these are some of the issues which came up, and it was handled in some manner. But today, we have come into a totally different world. Metaverse has come. Now, it is no longer a www something where you sit outside and see what are the pages there. It is like being an observer. But in Metaverse, you are not merely an observer. You jump into the pit and you become an avatar and start interacting with people. That is where the ethical issues come about your interaction with another avatar. Morning, I think Bandari or somebody was mentioning about the complaint which we had in India about harassment. One avatar complained against another avatar that there was some kind of a inappropriate handling, therefore invoke some geographic, that is a physical law, and try to find a solution. Obviously, courts will find it very difficult. Okay, but you know that in Indore last year there was a metaverse marriage. The marriage happened with 500 people in attendance. The marriage was between the metaverse avatar of the boy and metaverse avatar of the girl. Now the ethical issue is it a recognized marriage? Tomorrow, is it subject to divorce and other family related things? Now, so Metaverse has created that. Now Metaverse has moved one more level with these AR devices. Okay, that is virtual reality devices. If you put that glass here, you will not even remember that you are here. See, it cuts you off from the physical world completely and moves you into the virtual world. So the person gets so immersed that he completely forgets. In such a situation, is it easy for the metaverse supplier of content to in some way create a cyber hypnotic state for the person and alter his decision-making capability? Most of us are aware of this blue whale game. Blue whale game where young people were, in a way, I call it as cyber hypnotism. They were, their minds were taken over to the extent that they were prepared to commit suicide. That happened through mere chat, in a Facebook chat or something like that. But now we are having an immersive kind of an environment where cyber hypnotism can happen at the click of a button kind of a thing. Because they're instantly cut off from the rest of the things. So, is there a possibility that it can be misused? There are always malicious people around who want to create harm to the society. Why they want to create harm, we do not know, but there are. So metaverse is creating that problem. And now we have got this artificial intelligence. I think Dinesh will talk more about Chat GPT. Okay, then we will have discussions with your questions. So, use of a generative text using AI, that itself is creating a lot of problems for us. Morning we discussed about IPR issues and other things. But suppose you put this AI into a robotic kind of a device, then you are combining the physical attributes of a steel robot with the mental capabilities of this ChatGPT or AI. Okay, so if that robot slaps you, it is a steel rod hitting you. Okay. Now, you also have come across humanoid robots. By a look also, you do not know whether it is a robot. I don't know, out of the people who are sitting here, there may be a humanoid robot somewhere, I don't know. At least in the steel robot system, I could stay away from you if I know that you are a robot. Okay. Humanoid robots are human looking. They are endowed with the chips, and they have recently passed all kinds of tests. They have conducted a international press conference in Geneva some time back, some 8 or 9 humanoid robots. They conducted their own as a press conference. Bangalore city, you have got a school which has got humanoid robots as teachers. Okay, Indus Valley School or something like that. Okay. You have newsreaders, that is easy. You have got one company in USA which has appointed a CEO. Nika is the name of that CEO. Humanoid robot as CEO of a corporate entity. Okay, the old this thing which we were discussing in the morning was Sophia. Okay, the Hong Kong robot which was granted citizenship by Saudi Arabia. So this so-called artificial intelligence has advanced into the form of robots and other things. Now, if these robots are artificial super intelligence kind of a thing, that is what we mean by artificial super intelligence is these robots can learn and self-correct their software. See, ultimately, a robot is also nothing but a software created by a human being. Okay. Therefore, the attribution of the activities of AI and robot under Information Technology Act Section 11 is still on the creator. So our current class, I can apply to the robots. But the possibility of misrepresentation and the possibility of the user getting cheated is more, like in the case of this deepfake. If the same thing was morphing, it was one thing. Now deepfake becomes more difficult to identify. Therefore, the possibility of the user getting cheated is more. Okay. So that is the situation which we are in. This technology, though the current law can say that I can apply and put that developer into jail. Okay, or the company which owns as an intermediary, I can put it into jail because the robotic actions are attributable to the person who caused that automatic system to work in a particular manner. That is Section 11 of IT Act. I don't need one more act, DIA, to come for applying this. If it comes, it is fine. But I am one person who feels that saying that anything can be done only if a new law comes is finding an excuse for not doing something today. So probably our existing laws have got certain things which we have not properly used. It can be applied, but the possibility of damage on the society is higher because these things have become more and more sophisticated. So we come to the ethical issue. This AI, we should have some notification. Okay, this has been produced by AI. This is what Mr. Modi also has suggested for deepfake. Okay, accountability to be brought into the final work of an AI. And then you are talking of legislation where UNESCO has given an AI regulation norm, and EU has passed an AI Act. And India also, we want an AI Act and regulation to come into being. So, in fact, we are trying to work on that at FDPPI, that there should be a regulatory framework for artificial intelligence. But still people are saying that we want a new law. The same thing when Information Technology Act came, I have heard people said, for credit card frauds, we want a new law. But today we don't ask because we know ITA 2000 can be applied for credit card frauds. So likewise, for AI also, we can apply. Even metaverse also, I can apply Information Technology Act. After all, what is metaverse? It is a character created by me. Okay, it's a program. I want that to raise its hand. I have done something here on my computer. So I am responsible for that. So if there is an assault, the person who operated that should be responsible. So this is one of the things which I think should be the way to go forward. If the government comes up with a better law called DIA, it is fine, but it will take some more time because DIA is supposed to be a replacement of ITA 2000. For the last 23 years, we are all trying to understand what is ITA 2000. Even today, in this legal forum, I can say that many people still are not confident of what is ITA 2000. Okay, if it has taken 23 years for us to come to this stage, and we want to replace it with DIA, then you can imagine that we are going to wait another 20 years for anything concrete to happen. It will not solve Rashmika Mandanna case. If you want to handle Rashmika Mandanna case, you have to file a case under Section 66 today, not wait for something else. Okay. So the ethical issues which come out of that is technology, should it have a free rein? Yes, Kodanram. Okay. Or should it be put under some kind of regulation? If I say that, people will say you are talking like a liar. You are not talking like an IT person. Innovation should be given freedom. But innovation is not to destroy the society. It is only to support the society. Morning, I think Bandari was making the correct point, which I have also made several times, that after mobiles came, we forgot to remember numbers, phone numbers. Okay. After Google Map came, we have forgotten to visualize the roads. Today, even to go back to my home, I have to put the map. Earlier, it was not necessary. Okay. Human brain optimizes its usage. So tomorrow, if you start using Google, if you start using ChatGPT, then whatever little capacity you have today to memorize things and other things, you say, I will Google it. Because anyway, we are all having it with us. So this is the way human race is likely to be adversely affected. Beyond this, if you are having self-correcting algorithms for robots, in this particular press conference, some of these humanoid robots were asked, do you think you are superior or humans are superior? There are at least 2 robots which said, I am superior. And given an option, I would like to replace humans. This statement has been made by the humanoid robots without any prompting from any coding person. Okay. There have been other instances where ChatGPT itself has gone rogue, which means that today's humanoid robots are already thinking that they are superior to humans. In movies, you may say that there is a switch here, you put that switch, then it will sleep. In actual this thing, if you try to do that, robot will also think if your hand is coming near, it will push you out because it is intelligent enough to understand that you may damage itself. So how do we bring in a secure AI is a challenge. If we don't do it today and wait for DIA to come after 1 year, in this 1 year, there will be further developments and there may be no point of return. Most of you are aware of these nuclear reactions. If it crosses a critical point, you cannot reverse it. Up to the stage it does not cross the critical point, you can contain it. But beyond that, it is not possible. Therefore, it is time now to think of this kind of adverse issues, which today present as ethical issues. In my mind, it is clear that 30, 40 years from now, human race may get extinct, like you might have seen in some movies. It may happen, okay? Assuming that it will not happen in 30 years, it may happen in 50 years. That's all, okay? Time span may be different. And today there are individuals who say, I want to be superior to other people. What do? I will ask my neurosurgeon to put a chip here in my skull. Entire Google memory is here. They are called cyborgs. Okay. That is not fiction. It is already there. There is at least one person who had a color blindness and they fixed an antenna and a camera, and through that he can now see color. Okay. His photographs are also available on Google. So humans are becoming human plus computers, cyborgs. Robots are becoming robots plus human, like the humanoid robots. We are creating a new race. This race is not human race. And either of them, this is convergence of the human rights and the robotic rights, okay? It can create another gender. This is not the third gender which we know of. This is one more category in our privacy and other things. Male, female, other gender, you have to put robot. Maybe we may come to that. These are the serious ethical issues which I want a forum like this need to debate, okay? So that we can start in some way alerting the government that please do something today. Don't wait for tomorrow. This is my introductory thing. I've taken some time, but I want you to keep this in mind when you present what you would like to present. So friends, right now, first I will invite Dr. Hari, because his medical science is the one place where a lot of things are happening. This neuroscience is also there. You have got a pacemaker somewhere inside, which can be hacked from outside. Wi-Fi connected internal implants are there. No, okay. So is it correct to have such implants? If somebody from outside manipulates, what will be the effect on that? So there are certain issues which are exclusive to medical science. Even this neuroscience, what I thought is for medical science only. They created these implants only for curing epilepsy or Alzheimer's disease and other things, for good purpose. But everything created for good purpose can be used for bad purpose if you don't put the brakes today. So I will invite first Dr. Hari to share his thoughts, and then we will go to the other two gentlemen. Bimesh will talk about ChatGPT, okay, and then Mr. Kodanram will talk about IPR in general. Then we will have a discussion, okay? Yeah, please.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for being awake. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me an opportunity to talk to a completely different set of students who are lawyers. I've never given any presentation to a section of society which is completely exposed to a different set of knowledge, and in particular to Professor Bhandari for giving me the opportunity to be with you here. So what I thought was, while I have some experience of trying to build some solutions using AI, I want to bring to your attention that we're all excited about AI. We think that AI can do many things. It is close to being flawless, but it is a data-driven technology, okay? So if you do not give a proper data, it is likely to make mistakes, okay? So when you deal with a situation where you need to adjudicate the efficacy of an AI solution, or if there is a dispute where you need to exercise your judgment, then you need to be careful in understanding the origin of that device or an algorithm. How was it built? On what kind of data was used to build that technology? It is very, very important, okay? So if you use the wrong data to train this so-called solution, and you apply a data which it has not seen belonging to that category, you are likely to make mistakes, including insufficient data, right? So just because it is trained, even ChatGPT-3 is trained up till September 2021 or something like that. So continuously it will not have any knowledge about what has happened, right? So data is a very, very important component of this new AI technology. So in that, with that background, I just want to just share what we have done in our labs. In autonomous navigation, I know healthcare is there. I will come to it very quickly. So since we don't have too much time, I will just quickly browse through. So if you want, when we talk about autonomous navigation, we'll all laugh when we look at this picture and ask whether we can build technology where we can drive here, right? And typically professors are eccentric people, right? So when somebody comes and poses this question, we all jump and said, yeah, one eccentric person talking to another eccentric person, we are all very happy with each other. So Wipro came and said, okay, why don't we do autonomous navigation in Bengaluru? And can we do that? And we said, yeah, let's try. Let's have fun. Okay. So typically an AI development pipeline starts with a data platform where you collect data. Okay. This is important. I want to stress the point that data is so critical. So good quality data consisting of different scenarios has to be collected, right? Whether it's medical data or any kind of data, including text data, corpus and corpora. Then what happens is you get an expert to annotate and label the data, okay? Because that expert has to tell that this data means this, okay? This means this is the quality, etc. So annotation is important. Then you build what are called neural networks and other things to train the network. And after that, you sort of look at it. This pipeline is more for autonomous navigation, but all the other components are very similar. Then you take your decisions and do that. And then you subject it to real data and test it and understand its efficacy of that. So if you want to build something for autonomous navigation, we need to collect data, right? So the Wipro IASC has built we have a collaboration, we call it VIRIN, it's a national data set and data platform. And we intend to release this data in open source so that we don't hold data. But there are issues in other domains who owns the data. So this is just to show you, to keep you awake, some pictures and videos. So we have a car which has a sensor, it keeps going around in Bangalore. We have collected a lot of data, almost covered 650 kilometers. A lot of data is covered in morning, afternoon, evening, heavy traffic, low traffic, density, all kinds of things, right? And then we collect these videos and LiDAR. LiDAR is something like a radar, but it is light detection and ranging. So that the device you saw on the top of the car is a LiDAR. It can give you a three-dimensional view of that. Okay, so all kinds of data is now collected, right? And then somebody manually actually does this segmentation. As you can see on the right side, So this is under the flyover in one of the metro stations here in the city. People will identify saying this is a person, this is a scooter, this is a auto, this is a lorry, this is what. So this is very, very important for the algorithm to know, because the algorithm doesn't know, right? It just takes an image. Okay, so this is how we build this AI technology, because I wanted you to understand what goes into building the technology. Only then you'll appreciate whether it works or why it doesn't work, why it works, etc. Is what it is. So these are kinds of data. This is how this kind of segmented data is fed to a neural network, and which gives you some training. Then we went to the Bangalore Police Department and we said we wanted some data from the Bangalore Traffic Police. So they said, fine, we will give you some old data, from 2017 data, just for privacy, sensitivity of data, etc. And it is from a stationary camera, right? So for us, we wanted to understand, because all data sets so far which have been used by AI are based on data collected in foreign countries. They would have never seen an auto rickshaw. That data set would not have. They would not see a buffalo or a cow going along the road, right? They will not see the kind of heterogeneous vehicle types which are there in our roads. So if I use an algorithm which was trained on that data, it will not work here. Okay, it will give you a lot of errors. So the idea was to see whether we can test our algorithms on this data. So let me show you if this works. I hope it works. No, I don't know whether it works. Okay, I was supposed to show you a video. Okay, maybe the video, that is the whole idea of bringing this presentation was to show you some videos. Anyway, so if you look at this snapshot of a video, you can see that the labels on this data, which was collected by the traffic, is shown. There is a person, there is a motorcycle, there is an auto, there is a car, etc. Right? So still, you would see that some maybe objects will be missing here. Okay, that means it was not adequately trained and it could not figure out this. So let me see if I can. This also is there anybody who can help in running this? No, it doesn't show, I think. Okay, this is not the PPT which is being shown. Okay, doesn't matter. So let me see if it runs here. Yeah, it is a PowerPoint. It was supposed to be inside this embedded, but it didn't work. Okay, doesn't matter. What I wanted to show you was that in this image, we had a Tonga. You know what is a Tonga? Has anybody seen a Tonga? Okay. Okay. So when a Tonga enters our campus, this algorithm was not able to detect. Right? Why? Because we never gave it for training. We never gave an image or a video of a Tonga for it to detect a Tonga. Right? So the idea, what I'm trying to get at is that unless you give the proper data, you are not likely to get good. Okay. So I will not. So quickly I'll go to the medical application. So people have been trying to understand whether we can use AI for medical applications. So let's see an ICU, okay, intensive care unit, right? So typically an intensive care unit has many patients, and there is a huge cognitive load for the clinician to find out what is the state of the patient and how do you diagnose it. So there's almost about 230 data points are given to the doctor in the ICU. Somebody will tell you what is the blood pressure, what is the medicines they have taken, what is the output, what is the input, what is the output, what kind of medicine, what kind of x-rays, echocardiogram, all kinds of things will be given, right? And the doctor has to make an informed decision about what is the medication to be given. Can I prevent something which may occur later, and so on and so forth. So you need to digest and create a clinical picture with so much of information about every patient. Just imagine there are a 12-bed ICU, every patient, and this doctor is supposed to remember, record, digest, and so on and so forth. And if you make a mistake as a human doctor with some experience in misdiagnosing or not able to diagnose it properly, there are fatalities. Okay, 11% of the mortalities in ICU is because you have delayed maybe the decision. And many patients die with sepsis, what is called sepsis. Sepsis is something which you can predict maybe 72 hours. If you can predict 72 hours ahead of time, then you can take preventive action and you can prevent deaths. So this is what the medical doctor. So actually I have a medical doctor MD who's doing his PhD with me because he is very passionate about building AI tools to help the clinician. Okay, so this is what it is. So this is an ICU where you have all these multi-parameter monitor and ventilators and all those things. Doctor's notes. Doctor's notes are very difficult to decipher. Okay, you will not know their handwriting. Very difficult. So echocardiography is one, right? So when you have an echocardiography, somehow this video is working here. This is an upside view of the heart. So this machine will tell you what is the state of your heart. So what the doctors wanted was to see whether we can automate many of these measurements and integrate it and give it to them so that they can operate at a higher level of decision making. Okay. So if I want to use AI, so there are data sets. Stanford University has a data set. Okay. It has 10,000 echocardiograms of patients. But then we were not, but not all data set is available. That is only one view of the, so the need for building your own data set is very important. So we went to Jayadeva Hospital and they were very happy to collaborate because Jayadeva Hospital only deals with heart related diseases. They have 500 patients entering the day every day. 500 echograms are done every day. Okay, which is one of the largest volumes of echoes you can do. So we sort of collaborated with them. We went through the ethical process because that is where I think the discussion should also be that who owns data, who can give away data, who can take data, who can do what with the data, etc. So patient's consent has to be taken. So every institution has an institution ethical board, okay, or committee, which has to review the process of your data collection. Okay, and that is a very important part. If you don't do that, you're violating the ethical part as well as the legal framework. So consent has to be taken, approved by the ethics committee of the institution, and then you proceed data. So almost now we have collected some 5,000 subjects echocardiograms. And as we speak, I think last month we collected one more 1,000 of them. So now what is the goal of this? The goal of this study was to see whether we can annotate the ventricle, the left ventricle of the human heart, using AI tool, because that blue color region will tell me what is the ejection fraction of your heart. Okay, ejection fraction is a parameter which establishes the condition of your heart. Okay, so greater than 50% is considered to be good. Good meaning normal. Okay, it should be better than that. For youngsters like you, it may be 65, 70. For old people, it may be hovering around 50. So why is AI needed here? Because typically how you do this is manually done by the sonographer. When an echocardiogram is done on a patient, the sonographer will take this video and manually look and annotate the region, and that is fed to the computer. It will compute, do something and give you the ejection fraction, which is then written in your medical report. Okay, so if I am able to do this automation close to human recognition or labeling, then I am likely to treat more patients for in the same given time. Right? So that is what the hospital wants, whether to integrate very quickly, automate that. This is just one example of that. Okay. So, but there are many issues which maybe this audience and the panel may look at. Typically, patients own their data, right? If I go and get my echocardiogram, I own the data. Hospital is a custodian of personal data because the data belongs to the human being, right? Person. Hospital is only a custodian of the data because that is associated. But the hospital can anonymize the data and maybe use it and maybe even give it to an organization to build an algorithm. And maybe they can they sell it for a fee? And if companies generate intellectual property and create commercial solutions, then what happens? Does the hospital get the money? Does the patient get some money because the patient has given consent to be used? So these are issues which are still under discussion or whatever. The hospital wants to get a share of the profit of the IP. The company says, no, you didn't give me anything. You only gave me anonymized data and you're not giving me any algorithm inputs. So I will not pay you the royalty or whatever. Plus errors in AI algorithms. Who takes responsibility, right? Is it like a malfunction of the equipment of this AI solution? If it is trained on, let's say, a US data set and you're applying it to Indian patients, is it valid? Are we supposed to accept it? Similarly, drugs. Drugs are designed on data collected in other countries, right? Drug designs happen elsewhere. It may be manufactured here, but the design happens elsewhere. But it is based on the data collected in that geographical region. Now, is our anatomy and our sort of bodies, do they react in the same way as the bodies in somebody else in another geographic region? It's still not clear, right? So doctors will say that we will follow whatever is there. The drug is given to you, let's try that, right? And we are subject to such experiments, right? We all get subjected. So anyway, what I wanted to highlight, what I take away I want you to know is, data, the quality of data is very important for an AI algorithm. So whenever there is a situation for you to adjudicate, please consider that part as the cause, right? The cause and effect has to be clearly understood so that you can give a judgment which is wise and appropriate. Thank you. IT, anybody? Yeah. Very good afternoon to one and all. Respected Chairperson, now Vijay Shekhar, learned panelists, Professor Srihari, and veteran in our field, Mr. Kodan Ram.
At the outset, it is my sincere duty to thank the organizers, Professor Mallikarjunaya, Dr. M.K. Bandhari, and the entire team, particularly when Manoj
impact of AI on IP policy of any country to that extent. So with this background, I will proceed. As I said earlier, we are in a transition wherein knowingly or unknowingly, we are making use of the technology which we never heard in our lifetime. So normally, whenever I used to address my IP presentation with one slide. That is where in that day, after the Second World War, when the instantaneous camera was invented. When a camera which was traditionally, the photos were taken, it was on our part to take out that film roll after completing 24 or 36 frame to a laboratory, wash it in a chemical, then make a negative, then print it on a paper as positive, then only you are supposed to get the real photo. But this was somehow broken by the gentleman, Dr. Land, during the Second World War. He came out with an instant photographic machine, wherein he made that machine where you can generate both positive and negative together. He was successful, Land. When you want to take it to the market, nobody is willing to take it actually. Ultimately, Polaroid company took it. When Polaroid company took it on the very first day in the New Year in the Jordan market, March market in US, out of 60 units, 57 units were sold on the very first day itself. But that is not the story that is going to be ended there itself when a person created a photographic machine of that nature. You all know about the Kodak company. Kodak company is also a photographic manufacturing company. They were also working very hard to come out with an instant photographic machine where they can take color photography. Many attempts they failed. Subsequently, they came out successfully. They sold those machines in the market. Fortunately or unfortunately for Kodak company, and fortunately for Land and Polaroid company, Land and Polaroid company, they sued Kodak company for infringement of many patent rights that has been there in their two-step photographic machines. That is for the black and white photographic machine. Their contention was very clear. Most of the steps that was involved in this black and white photographic machine was copied by Kodak company. And each and every step they got patented at stage only. And they were able to prove in the court of law that Kodak company has copied their entire patented version. Because of this act, the court asked the Kodak company to withdraw all the machines sold in the market and to pay damages to Land as well as the Polaroid company. But today's situation is no different actually. What the people did on that day, now we are doing with the help of AI technology the same things. That is where we have to understand what exactly the creative aspect by a human and a machine, or a combination as rightly said by Vijay Shankar. Let us try to understand this. We'll start our journey. I will pass it on quickly so that the younger generation, particularly lawyers, should be very careful in understanding these aspects so that you'll be more comfortable when you take up your profession as an advocate to link it to this infringement aspect as well as ethical aspect of the creative things. This is the statement made by Albert Einstein that creativity is contagious and pass it on. Yes, it should be. But when you are going to pass it on, how you are going to pass it on is a big question. Because every child is having such a creative mind, and each creative mind will come out with such creative aspect, we may not know that how the imagination takes place. Now, this has been replaced by AI now. Picasso was almost very clear on that day. He said, every child is an artist. The problem, how to remain an artist once we grow up. Because today we are facing this artistic issue concerning AI-generated artwork actually. I'll come to that later. Now, moving on, we should look into this generative AI aspects, where this generative AI technologies unveil developments in the field of creative arts, entertainment, and life-enhancing inventions. That's what just now Professor Hari was telling, particularly field of medical science. When this gentleman, Alan Turing, we call him as the father of computers, technology, a renowned mathematician from UK. He was the one who was responsible for decoding the German messages, coded messages at the time of the Second World War. And he was successful because he was able to crack it and come out with that result. Because of that, the Allied forces were successful in World War. So he said, can machines think? Now it has become true. And that day the response was very mild. Apart from that, he said, a computer would deserve to be called intelligent if it could deceive a human into believing that it was human. If you understand this particular term, now daily what we are going to get, so many calls. Just now, Professor Mallikarjuna was talking to me that nowadays the unsolicited calls, what we are receiving is so much, it is very difficult for us to identify whether it is appropriate or the right one or the wrong one. That's the challenge. Because it is not necessarily that should be addressed by a human person. It may be by a machine also. We don't know. That is the level of technology. On that day itself, Alan Turing had the idea. Moving on, now we can see that the AI has taken over or evolved the area in such a tremendous way, wherein from our homes to the streets, transportation to commerce, agriculture to fitness, healthcare to education, business to finance, telecommunication, biotechnology. So there is no such field that there is no AI that is not there in our day-to-day life. That's why it has created such an impact on the society. It may be social, an economic one, and ultimately the ethical aspect. When we look into the technological part, when you need that protection, as I said in that Polaroid case, it is potential shake-up for IP system being a fundamental question from inventorship, inventorship to the ownership, and ultimately one should answer in case of infringement. This is the limitation that what we are going to have. So when this issue is very clear to us, it is for us to address all these aspects. Now the AI has brought new ways in inventing which require only a limited involvement of a human person. This I don't think that I should again read it for you, what AI means. So, but I can tell you, it includes the image recognition technology, industrial robotics, voice control assistance technology, speech-to-text conversation, language translation programs, smart watches, logical AI programs, and ultimately the chatbots, that is the ChatGPT. But whenever we say that we speak of machine language, it consists of these 4 elements. One is the machine learning, the other one is the natural language processing, the third one is the machine conception, and the fourth one is the machine control. So whenever we say the machine need not necessarily to be an imaginative aspect of a machine that how it works. That itself is a software itself is sufficient to say that it works on that particular issue. That's why a machine does not necessarily mean a mechanical process. It refers instead to the artificially intelligent system, which may take any number of forms. It may be wholly intangible, such as computer software, and it may be incorporated into a simple machine to perform the task like robotic vacuum cleaner. So these are all the different generative AI modules. You may find a thing which may create music. The field of healthcare right now we have discussed, the coding debugs, the visual media, the new recipes, then the image creation, and so on. This was again, as I said earlier, it has been published in the Harvard Business Review, wherein these gentlemen, they made use of this particular AI, particularly with this open source, that mid-journey. They asked the simplest thing, a text-to-image algorithm that can detect an analogical resemblance between images to generate novel product designs based on textual prompts from a human. They asked only this question, an image that combined an elephant and a butterfly. See, this is the one. An image which combines with an elephant and a butterfly. They dubbed it as a fantafly, where an elephant with the big ears with the butterfly, this one. Then they later addressed the same into another program, that is the stable diffusion, that is text-to-image module. The stable diffusion generated a range of ideas for different products categories, including chairs and artisanal chocolate and candies. That is where that has been created. The thing is not end there only. With the stable diffusion, they went further actually. They asked a generating generic design of crab-inspired toys, but provided with no functional specification. So this much has been created by that particular machine. One is a crab which is climbing the wall. Other one is with the balls. Another one is with the thing that is moving on a plate where it can serve for the pets. That's how the creation can be made. Now the most important aspects, a student of law, that we should address these issues. What are the key legal issues related to AI and AI law? As I said, when the advancement is happening in a rapid pace, the technology is so advanced, does the law will keep the same pace of following it? That's the biggest question. Because here both the legal and ethical issues that need to be addressed. The first one is, as rightly pointed out by Navi, about data privacy and protection. This is the biggest challenge as far as the new generative AIs are concerned. It may be ChatGPT or any such program, wherein plenty of data is available in the market. When they collect the data, the AI algorithm rely on large amounts of data to learn and make predictions. As such, laws around data privacy and protection around various jurisdictions will be crucial to ensure that personal data is securely protected and individual rights are respected. This is the most important aspect that we should look into that. Followed with, what is the guarantee that AI is not biased and doesn't do discrimination? Much has been complained about AI is that they do this also, because based on the data, they create this aspect. Followed with the ethical consideration. That is where the society has to look into these implications as far as these ethical issues are concerned. Moving on to intellectual property, the issues concerning the ownership, infringement, authorship, all these things are going to be looked into. As you are all very well aware, the requirements of owning a patent has been clearly defined under the TRIPS agreement. And most of the member countries, they do follow this matrix. This is the one. To be a patentable subject matter. So these are all the things should be there. Novelty, inventive step, and industrial application. If you are going to be conformed to this requirement, then only you are going to get the patent. Now the challenge came with the inventorship ownership, wherein when an invention has been made with the assistance or help of an AI, or completely independently by an AI, that is the question to be answered. So first thing that happened, I think most of you are aware about this particular case law, that is about the Davos. In this Thaler versus Vidal, the scientist Stephen Thaler, he came out with this particular machine, and the entire program was created by the machine itself. And he went into apply for obtaining a patent in the US jurisdiction. Since the patent law requirement is very clear, where an individual or a human person is very much required, he could not succeed into that. Then he went in an appeal. There also in an appeal he failed. Then in the federal court also he failed. Very recently, in 23 March, he went to the Supreme Court of US also. There also he failed. He could not succeed actually to obtain it. He never restricted himself to only US jurisdiction. He went to UK. He went to European Patent Office and other jurisdiction. In almost all the jurisdiction, he could not obtain a patent because lack of that particular authorship that is going to be owned by someone. Because tomorrow somebody should be responsible for such type of creation, accountability. There he failed. Then the issue concerning the copyright. Here also we are very clear that the issue of authorship, who is the author, then work made for hire, that is what we call in our parlance something called as contract of service, contract for service. So when we look into this, here also again Thaler went into the court with his work, that is a recent entrance of paradise. The entire story was written by him, and this artwork was created by the AI, for which he said the entire thing was created by AI only. When there is no human involvement is not there, law cannot recognize a machine to be recognized, or an AI could be recognized as a person who can take up the copyright. His claim was rejected because a machine cannot be identified as a person to be entitled as a owner of the copyright. Then another important case that is also very recently held, Zaria of the Dawn and the this is the Zaria of the Dawn book that was written by this Christina Casanova. Here, what she did is, the content of the story was written by her, but the artistic work was assigned to the AI. When the artistic work assigned to an AI, when she applied for the copyright, she got it. Then subsequently, US Copyright Office asked her the additional information whether who has created the artwork. For that, she had no answer. Then they withdrew that particular part of copyright which has been confirmed for the artwork. They have accepted the literary part as a work of that particular lady. So this gives us a clear message that what at this stage the situation of this issues created by AI and recognition of that particular thing by the law. Wherever the jurisdiction, except in South Africa, nowhere they have given recognition to an AI patent. In all the other jurisdictions, they have said no, we cannot give. That is very clear. Ultimately, when it comes to infringement aspect, here is an open question regarding the issue of infringement where a third-party intellectual property, as noted earlier, AI tools are trained on large databases or data sets. In the case of an artwork generative AI tool, the training data sets typically consists of information scrapped from the internet or other sources. This means that AI tools are almost always trained substantially or entirely on works created by others, which raises the question, are the outputs of AI tools derivative works of the third-party works the AI module was trained on, or while there is no definitive answer yet, there is ongoing litigation of this particular topic. These lawsuits are currently in the early stage and have not yet produced any notable results or decision in this regard. Still, it is going to remain as a question only. So I am going to stop at this stage because when such things are being created, when the law is very clear on this particular aspect as of now, that no patent or copyright can be granted to a thing that is created by a machine like AI. That is the present position. Thank you for your patient listening. I know it's a post-lunch session. Most of you are already in a different world. Anyhow, I hope the presentation is accepted to you all. I once again thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to say a few things as far as the creative AI is concerned. Thank you very much. You continue to be
Mic is there. Start speaking. People are not ready.
Latest one. Good afternoon, everybody. Don't worry about the PPT. We will start talking on the matter.
Now I'm going to speak on how IPR law, which was destined to protect our property, has whether become irrelevant as on today. As you say, IPR was not made for AI times. AI is something different than the industrial revolution which we had. We were in the time of Industry 2.0 when we came out with the IPR law, and we tried to stabilize in the Industry 3.0, but we will certainly fail in Industry 4.0, and 5.0 also is being spoken of. In other words, we are thinking of something irrelevant as an IPR property to be protected by law. When the law, present law, I will show you the situation, we are not in a position to protect anything. Then where is the question of using that law? Or do we have to do some new law, or do we invent something else beyond the law to protect our property? As Dinesh ji was telling, IPR law cannot cover as on today the person or the novelty or things like that. It has become an impossible task. In such a situation, what is the remedy we will try to? Now, I will formally start my talk by giving reverence to our Navi, who is my mentor, and Mr. Bhimesh was my professor, and Mr. Hari, whom I have heard in the Indian Institute of Science in any time. So with this, I am very happy to be in the KLE college, and we are talking on a very, very important topic, and I want each one of you to respond to me after the talk. Otherwise, I would like to get in here. It is not possible today, okay, due to lack of time. It is not moving. Down. If it is not working, I will go without PPT also. Doesn't matter. Don't have to worry. Down, okay. Now, I am going to talk on slightly on cyber society. You people have been heard what is the present day society. You have been feeling. I'll spend only the legal aspects required there. Then IP's meaning and role challenges, I'll try to concentrate a bit. But my aim is here to look into copyright trademark infringements that are happening. Is it possible to have the present law to meet the challenge? That is the situation we should know. Then we will also speak about data governance initiatives. IPR as a solution is any more relevant, or we need to look into a new way of protecting the property which are of the intellectual aspects. So this is how I start. Because IPR and AI are from different generations. When there was a mass production, people wanted to have a monopoly, the IP law came into existence. IP law is to make the mass production reaches the mass so that the quality is maintained, good item is earned, and the owner or the manufacturer gets his profit. Fine. But today, the situation is totally different. Today, where the cyber society has taken over the media of printing and the related mechanical items with the electronic one, there is least for the physical interference of any transformation that need to be done. Anything you want to create, you don't require a human being anymore. What a machine gives the output, machine itself will not know. That's the situation we have referred. Then what is the property created out of it? How it could be managed? That's a bigger question we need to look in. You look into the impact of the society with the cyber developments that have happened. I have given that white where it says that is the universal average. India stands in the first one. We have exceeded the universal average. The whole of world's average, we have exceeded than you can imagine. So more and more people are using social media and other technological advancements that are happening more in India, though we call ourselves not that educated, but we are really educated as far as cyber crimes are concerned.
Recently, Navedi has spread out a discussion where IT law has come so more than 15 years ago. Today also, we are not able to implement in an effective manner. And there, rogues are ruling the cyber thefts that are happening. Then what about the IPR theft? Here I am giving you a snapshot how India is progressing. That is only for your study purposes. I will skip it. But we will concentrate on the black part. That is netizens. That is digital Nagarik. Today we are not citizens. The very purpose of calling you as netizens is the political boundaries have no meaning as on today. Sitting here, if you want to spread anything, you can spread it across the globe without any barrier. Means you can do crime also without any barrier. Kindly note. There, how this impact has there is well known, I think in our classes regularly that has been taught to you. The problem here is enormous potential for Anonymous and its members has created this. Now there is no legal implementation possible in this age in the regular means. Means if I simply go to a court of law for a crime traditionally made, it's taking me 20 years to prove the case. Even after 20 years, if the court gives the verdict, the convicted person will still roam around taking bails, things like that. When that is the situation, for my small property of intellectual one, can I spend so much time in the traditional way? Not possible. Then what is the way out? So when law is there, you have to go to court and it has to be tried in the regular way. It's just an impossible. And to give evidence, section 60B, 65B, if I am right, also becomes a very compulsive requirement, and it is just impossible the way the progress is happening. Earlier, when we started our career, we were talking about computer and its forensic studies. Today, I should speak on each type of laptop or mobile, a different forensics in itself. Then you can imagine what will be the problem to an investigating officer, and for him to present in a court of law, for that to be understood by a judge, if assuming the law protects. That's the bigger question we need to take. And unfortunately, in this cyber age, you can see the graduations that are possible. The guys who are storming our financial privacy and all sorts of thefts that are happening are from totally illiterates. We being double graduates, triple graduates, doctorates, we hesitate to operate a small system. Here, you see here, the places like Rajasthan's Bharatpur, Uttar Pradesh, Mathura have replaced Jharkhand's Jamtara, Haryana, all those places. Their top 10 districts collectively contribute to 80% of the cyber crimes, as reported by our Navi recently. See, what we are doing there, cyber crimes are going unabated. 80% of the Indian crimes are happening in the cyber law. What the enforcing agencies are doing, whether they are acting to the required thing. What is the use of a law which cannot be acted? Or we should think of something new method where we can replace this. So other examples, the recent examples is the AI generated one, where yesterday it is reported a woman falls victim to a AI generated voice fraud, loses 1.4 lakh. Scammer mimics the voice of a nephew residing in Canada, creating an urgent need for financial help. There is an accident that has happened in Canada. I require money. That's the same voice he has mimicked in the artificial intelligence that has come. Cyber security experts warn of increasing AI voice scams targeting individuals with relatives abroad. This is the biggest danger we have entered into without a proper solution. When this danger is seen from last 40, 50 years, even today we have not equipped ourselves legally to the required stage. So thereby we are in problem. Now let's look into the IP. I always keep on saying none of this patent, trademark, type, they can be protected or they are protected. Only some big business houses are trying to spend crores of rupees to protect them. But I don't think that will yield them good result. I think someday is not far off, then they may remove them from their IP portfolios. But only one thing could happen in the AI, according to me, is the trade secrets. That's the only possibility. And National Law School, I think, is also trying to draft a law for trade secrets. And that may have. Otherwise, IP rights of today were mainly developed for the Industrial Revolution, and it is no more relevant. Let us keep this in mind when we are developing certain system to protect the citizens from the impact of AI and to regulate AI. That's the important aspect. Here, I will skip for the time. I don't want to lose the timetable for the sessions. These are all the various terminologies. If you look into the cyber technology, each one is a specialization and netizen has to learn. Even this might have been told in our classes. Now we will look into the AI aspects here. I told you, Industry 1.0 was very, very crude, where production by masses was happening. Fine. There was no need of IP. There was no question of monopoly. There was limited use, because even I remember my grandfather using only 3 types of panchas, but that is dhotis. He says, no, don't buy 4th. It's very difficult to manufacture and give it to us, and it will create unnecessary demand for that product. That was the situation. Now we came to Industrial 0.20, and Industry 3.0, we could somehow make it, because the strips made a uniform approach and everybody wanted to respect the IP law, so it was okay. But Industry 4.0, as I indicate in the picture very, very clearly, there is no intervention of physical persons. In cyber law, the biggest danger is to commit a crime. There is no need of physical presence of the perpetrator of crime as well as the victim. It can be done without any connection between them or without them knowing each other. In the cyber technological products that come out, I have listed the cyber technological aspects that are there. You can do research later. There the problem is, cyber virtual world will not take the help from the physical world. It starts creating of its own. And where is the question of giving protection to it? And if you give protection, how you are going to manage it? That's the bigger question we need to address today. Secondly, I told you, boundary has no respect. Keep it in there. Can we go for internet, or can we think of something else? Recently, there was a noise of splinter net. What is splinter net? Kindly check up. I'll come to that later. Today, if you look into the frontiers of technology, as WIPO's reports give it, these are all the things it says. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, blockchain, things like that. Digital technologies. They are accepting very well, saying that it is difficult to manage, because the speed at which we are taking these technologies, new technologies. You can see here, we are taking this artificial intelligence, 718% increase in the usage and development that is happening all over. Big data, another 699, and 172%. Digital technologies, cloud computing, 122%. Autonomous systems, 109%. Legal development, 0. Or 1 step backward. Recently on DPDA Act, I wrote 2 steps forward, 3 steps backward. We removed the simple phenomena where I could have claimed the damage as a victim under Section 43A. Even that is stripped. Where is the question of progressing? It's a totally regressive act where we have not looked into the citizens or victims' requirements. We are trying to look in them. Where is the question of this IP property theft, man? Can you imagine how it is being pleaded? You can look in these IP products. I don't have to say how theft is happening. You are watching it day in and out, and you are also a party to it, especially academicians. We engage. So I avoid saying that copyright violations are very less in the cyber society. It is rampant. I could have interestedly gone into it, but I am given another 5 minutes. I can speak, sir. 2 minutes. Okay. I'll try to. Now, what will happen to these authors? Whether they are able to protect, only on the paper they could protect, they cannot. You see the property rights given to a copyright person, I have listed there. And the owner, both you command. If I make a musical work as a composer today, can I protect with the present IP law? Or even before I publish, it could have got published elsewhere. Recently, some gentleman said, sir, I wrote a book. I sent it for a digital printer fellow to compute. By the time I come out with the digital print and then regular print, traditional print, the book was already available. That fellow has leaked. On whom shall I take the action? Even before you publish your paper, it gets published elsewhere. How you can trace it and find out? First of all, tracing is a difficult one. See, that is the problem with the copyright. Then some recent, this one on the piracy and all, I will avoid this now. Now people are saying internet is a curse for a copyright law. Anybody disagree with me now? Or do we think of copyright violations in some other method? Can we stop it? That's where we need to do. What is that? I have given the way the copyright violations do happen. This is plagiarism, well known to all our friends, right? How to prevent is the ethical aspect. Then, you know, in trademarks, it is much more violent, I can say. Cyber stalking, the lot of cases I have cited here. And even now, some people say Trademark Act, why should I register, sir? I register with Amazon, that's enough. Whenever anybody clicks, my product is shown there. So I don't have to go for a trademark. That itself, Amazon, if I book, that's enough. Then you can see how the law has been brought into a kind of a situation where it has to go down. Indian trademark law can protect you in India. Even if you fail an international file, if you filed, you have to file in each country. But if you are with the Amazon, even without registration, you can see that your product is shown as the first entry in their product list. Which one is better? Whether trademark is relevant, kindly look in. See here, some of the products which you have not heard, today is being sold as the highest products. No doubt, Section 1 and Section 75 of IT Act gives you huge power where you can stop publications around the globe. In this, there is a very interesting case of Justice Pratibha Singh. She is from Bengaluru. She ordered in the case of Ramdev's case to globally stop publications which are ill-informed about him. After some time, they saw that it is only blocked in India. She said, no. Blocking means blocking from the source. It should not be visible to any netizen. Geo-blocking. Is it possible to do geo-blocking? That is the bigger question as far as law is concerned. I will not read all this, but strategic importance of IPR in a digital world is expected to protect innovations. It is not possible for this to protect innovations as on today. Business competitiveness is gone. It is stolen. Somebody who gives good publicity in a cyber this one platform, he will enjoy the booty, not the fellow who struggles day in and out. Brand reputation is also a very tough one. Legal protection, a big question mark. I would have spoken on blockchain, IP, and all other things. I leave it to you. Even I had some interesting talks to do on metaverse and artificial intelligence as an inventor of patent. Sir was telling it is very, very tough to find out the person. Yes, in the Davos also, he explained very clearly. Before going into protection of your artificial intelligence inventions, I wanted you to divide it into AI modules of algorithm, whether they can be protected under Indian Patent Act, and AI assisted inventions, AI based inventions, AI generated inventions. Like that you should categorize and try to do. Only AI generated inventions are not fit to be patented in India, but others we can still go for it. So kindly use that thing so that you can hold on some breath during this period. This taboos, yes, it is not a proper patent application as held by US and other places, but in 1 or 2 countries it is held to be a person. Those countries, South Africa and Australia. So that's another information for you. Sir, digital age, how economic we can monopolize, it is very, very tough. Here I have listed 4 different parameters, what is required under IP law to have the monopoly. All the 4 are missing. What are they? Let me tell you. Network externality. Under network, I can reach anybody, any nation. There is no compulsion, no barrier. So there is no question of me covered under a national law for an international offense that could happen. And when I can internationally sell things, I don't care. Some violations happen in the national because I am not a subject. I am not a person here. So such kind of things are there. Then very low marginal costs and digital services. What is relevant yesterday is irrelevant. Recently, one of the customs issues, they said, sir, they are not clearing this mobile phone. Okay, let it take 4 or 5 days. He said, sir, after 5 days, I will not be able to sell. In 5 days, the product is becoming obsolete. Then you can imagine the theoretical aspects about your products being manufactured, planned, branded, sold. There, it's very, very important. Their shelf life is coming reduced day by day. And as I told you, people wanted newer things. If you give the mobile earlier, which we had 10 years ago, nobody will receive. Even today, old people also are saying, no, I want a latest iPad. So to that extent, Apple iPad. This is how things are going. So it is very difficult for others to compete. Then enhance the traceability of goods. I told you the example of the Amazon doing it. And it's a sharing economy now. Profits are very less. People are ready to give freely so that you will become a product and they will make profit out of it. These cyber lockers, now I'm just thought out, especially last couple of years ago, I had been to Belgaum. Then I thought, what is the remedy? Always a technology can be tackled through another technology. So in that, I have listed around 15 or 16 technological tools that could be developed. In a legal academy, it may be irrelevant. I want you to look into these aspects of technological things so that we will concentrate on these technological inventions that could curb and still make IP relevant. So that is the theme I wanted to tell. This IT Act's progress and all, I will avoid. Keep it. If there is any question, I will try to answer because of lack of time. I thank you, everyone. May God bless every one of you.
So thank you, friends. Can keep on listening for a long time, but Mallikarjun is not here. He's already angry, perhaps because his next program is getting affected. Okay, fine. So I think we will just have one question from the audience.
Yes.
Yeah, only one question from the audience. Yeah, please. Others may be outside if necessary. We can answer some questions. Yeah.
So good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So my question is, as sir said, so I wanted a few tips to secure our private database from online malware like passwords or to identify the black hats, anything like that.
I think you will be in a better position.
No. You please explain it a little better.
My question was, as sir spoke about the privacy and stuff related to the data protections. So I wanted few tips where we can secure our passwords, stuffs from getting malware.
See, malware protection is your antivirus and other things should be able to do. There, perhaps there is a development on identifying new kinds of viruses. That is the only way it can be perhaps done. There are certain special techniques in virus protection where the file itself is broken into certain parts so that virus will not affect. I think it's a little high-tech this thing, but it is possible. Say, why malwares attack is because of our negligence most of the time, because we would not have put a right antivirus software, we would not have updated it properly. But if you do that, right now, actually, compared to 3-4 years back, I think the malware this thing has come down. That is at personal level. Ransomware may still be there, but those solutions are there, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. I think we will have to close it because they were supposed to have the next session at 3:30. Okay. Anyway, thank you. Thanks all the. No, I think I don't have the authority to continue. Okay, we will answer your question separately. Okay. In the tea break. Okay. Because I think other speakers should be waiting in other rooms, so I don't want them to be delayed. On behalf of KLE, I thank all the speakers for their very, very valuable contributions, and probably should give them one session each, not in this shared session. Maybe it will happen. Venkatesh will do some. I mean, Anirudh will do something. Okay. Thank you, friends. Have a nice time. Okay. Yeah.
No. But friends, don't be disappointed because I am more eager to speak to you. I am attending to your regular classes. In that, I will take this also, so that you will get how OPR is becoming useless tool as on today, and how we can develop. Mine is not negative. We want to be positively posing things so that we will have a proper solution for your password also.
Yes, come on.
Oh, yes, sure. Sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I now request Ms. Simran Syed, student 4th year BBA LLB, to deliver vote of thanks for the session. Please.
So before I know we're eagerly trying to go to the next session. Before I do the vote of thanks, I would like to take this privilege to introduce Mr. M.G. Kodandarama, sir. I would start with his education qualification. He BSc LLB, PG and Diploma, NSS, Business Administrations at Joseph's, IPR Law and NLSIU, Cyber Law and Cyber Forensics is NLSIU. He is a recipient of Sanman Award from CBIFC, outstanding faculty at NACIN for his contributions in the field of training and capacity building. His accomplishments go on and on. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. I would like to request Sanmay, sir, to facilitate our guests with a plant, a sapling. So it was an honor to have you amongst us. Just a vote of thanks. So let's go to the vote of thanks that we are eagerly waiting for. Good afternoon. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude and appreciation as we come to the close of this plenary session on behalf of the organizational team of the International Conference on Ethico-Legal Dimensions of Advanced Technology, a Pathway to Responsible Innovation. I extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for your gracing us with your presence and making the session thought-provoking one. We are deeply honored to have had Mr. Nav Vijay Shankar for his remarks as a chairperson. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. KVS Hari, Dr. N.M. Bhimesh, Mr. M.G. Kodandaram, as resource persons amongst us, we express our heartfelt gratitude for their insightful remarks of wisdom. Your experience and insights have added immense value to this gathering, and we are truly grateful for your time and presence. I would also like to express our gratitude to all our distinguished guests, participants, and volunteers who have contributed to the success of this session. Your active involvement has undoubtedly made a significant impact, and we are grateful for your support. A special note of thanks goes to the organizers of this for supporting and contributing, without which this session would not have been possible. Your generosity and commitment to this conference are truly commendable. Thank you so much. We'll see you all at the next session. I would like you all to be seated. I would request Ms. Zenia, Assistant Professor, KLE Society's Law College, Bangalore, to give us the SOP of the technical sessions coming forward. They can relax. Thank you so much, sir.
Paper presenters, kindly be seated.